Chapter 137, The Veiled Woman. Uriel looked at the priestess before her and she could tell she has been through a lot. She could sense pain, horror and trauma. Catherine was the same but her wounds were old so they only ached but Junie's wounds were fresher. I was just about to head to the temple, could you show me the way? Uriel asked. She had just finished her conversation with Catherine and she found that the people here do indeed have better lives. In fact, in a form of twisted irony due to the general improvement to the lives of the citizens, being a prostitute was now a far less attractive occupation. Most of the citizens now had a lot of hope for social mobility. The entire empire has been restructured so that, if you had a form of talent, the state would help you reach your potential. The Empress has a policy of not letting any talent be wasted. So she actively invested to strengthen her empire in all regards. Anyone could find success if they worked hard and smart. So her capital of Averlin has started to be known as the City of Opportunity. This was where you went when you wanted to make your mark on the world. With such options available, few would want to sell their body. So now there was actually a shortage of available prostitutes, which means what sex workers remained now commanded a high price. Which also inversely made the occupation more financially attractive. It was a way to get rich quick, and if you were beautiful then it was a viable way to earn some money for ventures later in life. Plus, with only the beautiful woman now entering the sex trade, they were now valuable commodities, which means they now receive far better treatment. Combine that with new laws and regulations regarding prostitution and legal protections for sex workers in general, the days of the abused miserable whore were long past. Even the naming conventions have changed to reflect this. Now apparently calling a sex worker a whore or a slut would get you kicked out. So now prostitutes were called dancers, entertainers, and in Catherine's case, stars. This style of governance still left a bad taste in her mouth, but she couldn't deny the results. The Empress may not have been able to remove sin, but she has somehow managed to tame it to an extent. Even gambling was controlled. Apparently families could contact the Ministry of Entertainment to report that their family member was gambling too much. The ministry would then send out a directive to all gambling houses to bar entry to this individual. Any establishment that violates this directive will have their operating license removed. From what Uriel has observed, the bureaucracy of this empire was so efficient that it might even be better than the one heaven possesses. Citizens could expect responses to their queries within a week and resolution within a few weeks. Considering the size of the empire, this was rather impressive. Devonian bureaucracy, for instance, often required outright bribing for citizens to make the state to even attempt to resolve the issue. The bribe didn't even guarantee if the problem would be solved. At least here the bureaucracy was functional and problems were resolved. The system even solved some problems automatically so the citizens never even become aware of it. Tell me, Sister Junie, from what you have told me the state runs rather efficiently. How has this been accomplished? Uriel asked, and Junie just paused as she contemplated how to answer. It might be better just to show you honestly. We will walk past a government building on our way to the temple so we can drop by. Junie replied. Uriel nodded and they continued on their way. The sun was setting and to Uriel's surprise the city was still alive with activity. The children were noticeably absent but adults were still out and about on their business. The streets were illuminated with lamp posts powered by magic lights. It must have been rather expensive to cover so much of the city with these lights. Are all of the streets illuminated at this hour? Uriel asked. Yes, at least most of them. Some streets are still having them installed, but they should all be done in a few months. Junie replied. How do they power all of this? Uriel asked. Most cities she knew couldn't do this because of two reasons. The first is prohibitive cost and the second is the issue of powering it. Oh, I heard the great beast created this creature that takes excess food and turns it into power. He called it a biofuel power grid. Junie replied and Uriel paused at those words. It was a clever solution. Creatures could generate power passively by absorbing ether from their surroundings. A large diet could also help fuel the body to release more power. If a creature was explicitly designed to be some kind of power generator, then it could in theory produce a lot of energy at a relatively affordable cost. However, this was also an element of concern for Uriel. So much power could also mean there was enough excess energy to power defenses. The great beast was no fool. He surely must have considered possible hostilities with heaven. Perhaps this entire city was filled with hidden defenses that could turn the sky into a death trap. Uriel herself was once on the receiving end of such an ambush. A hive once unearthed beneath her and her army, then it unleashed a torrent of attacks. The casualties were immense from that attack, and ever since Heaven's military has come up with many countermeasures to deal with what has been called an aerial saturation attack. Clever, it seems the creatures of a hive have many applications. Uriel replied cordially. Indeed they do. I like many thought they were only creatures of war, but they also make surprisingly good civil servants. Junie mused right as they stopped at a large building with the sign Government Branch plastered above the door. It was almost 8 p.m. and yet the building was still bustling with activity. It closes at 10 p.m. if you are wondering. The human workers work in 2 shifts and the hive just works for the whole day. Even after closing hours, the hive is still active within the building in the event of emergencies. Junie explained as the two of them ascended the stairs. When Uriel entered the building, she was shocked to see this large lounge area where citizens were calmly sitting while reading what looked to be the local newspaper. She could see a small shop in the side of the room that was selling sandwiches and drinks. Then at the end of the room was a row of desks that were marked by numbers. Above the desks was this large magic board with numbers and text running across it. Now the board reads 1860, counter 8 inches. Uriel looked over to see a man walk over with his wife and infant child. She could just barely see him holding a slip of paper that had the numbers 1860 on it. Then it hit her, it was some kind of case system that allowed the visitors to know when they were to be served. No more standing in line for hours, instead they could just take a number and have a seat at the lounge. This made approaching the state for official business so much easier, and the people would be less likely to avoid registering a new child or skip renewing a license. This would enable it to exert greater control and pass better policies since all the documentation would be in order. As for how all this bureaucracy was possible, it was due to the hive creatures that were around the room. Behind the row of counters was this large creature. It had a single large glowing eye in an armored eye socket. The eye socket was floating above the ground, and from the back of the socket protruded 6 tentacles. Uriel also spotted large antennae protruding from the back of the eye socket. Uriel could sense information being transmitted outwards from the antennae through ether frequencies. Uriel tried to peer into the frequencies. She was good at this, but a far cry from the best. Sure enough, she found herself being forcefully ejected. It was an expected outcome, and then she saw the large creature shift its gaze towards her. She saw its pupils dilate and focus as it locked on her. Then it looked away and continued on its mundane work of handling the Empire's bureaucracy. So the creatures communicate with each other the moment an issue arises. Uriel said as she watched the other white humanoid-shaped creatures bustle about taking paper and documents to the required locations. From what I can infer, they are controlled by the large one over there. Junie said as she pointed at the large one-eyed creature behind the counter. I see, and this more efficient than before? Uriel asked, and Junie nodded. Yes, very much so. My marriage registration was done that day, and our right to buy property was amended by the next day. Junie said. Right to buy property? Uriel asked curiously. Oh yes, newlywed couples are given a subsidy on their first purchase of a residence. Well, you can either do that or take a fixed subsidy on your rent for 5 years. This is supposedly to help new families start on a financially stable note. It also helps with education, since the citizens would be less likely to put their children to work with their finances more secure. Junie explained, and Uriel nodded in understanding. Shall we head to the temple? Uriel asked, and Junie nodded as the two of them headed out the door. Uriel just wanted a quick peek. She could get a better idea of the whole situation later. If she wanted a full understanding of this system, she would be standing there with Junie till dawn. Now there was only one thing left to do. She wanted to speak to this woman called Mother Justina. From what she has heard from the intelligence report, she is a rather exceptional woman. She has managed to unite the churches of all the squabbling nations. Uriel knew that even though they belonged to the same faith, the different churches often vied for power and influence. Yes, here this woman has united them all. And furthermore, she was from Volaria, which was once a hostile nation. For this city, which was the heart of Elysia, to accept a Volarian priestess as the head of the faith was nothing short of astounding. These old wounds are not forgotten easily. Uriel has seen her fair share of church schisms that had to be addressed by her agents. These were particularly common during periods of splintering and reunification. Uriel had already made the arrangements for this empire in the event that a schism threatened to appear. However, from what she sees it seems it may not be necessary. When Uriel finally reached the temple, she was greeted by none other than Mother Justina. She was obviously expecting her, much to Junie's surprise. At that moment Uriel decided to play a little trick. At the end of the day this was still her church and her faith. As far as the priest and priestesses were concerned, she was a goddess. Junie, thank you for showing me around the city. Would you like to join us? Uriel offered. Uriel knew the Empress would like to keep things quiet since that would give her more control. By revealing herself to the faith it would put a subtle threat towards the Empress. She cannot rule without the support of the faith, and the faithful answered to Uriel herself. Oh. Certainly, if you wouldn't mind my presence, that is. Junie replied courteously. Also I would like to speak with Mother Justina and Sister Junie alone, Uriel said as she turned to Cecilia, who just smiled and nodded. Uriel could tell she wasn't bothered by this, which unsettled her to an extent. Uriel was able to read humanoids with great precision, and she could tell Cecilia was genuinely not bothered by it. In fact, judging by how her body was reacting, it seemed like this was an expected outcome. If it was an expected outcome, then perhaps she has already prepared for this eventuality. The Empress and the Great Beast made an unlikely duo. Strange, yes, but also effective. The ancients could never control the humanoid races effectively because they could never fully comprehend the complex social dynamics that made up humanoid society. Even when they did have humanoid servants, they were just that, servants. A group of elite fanatics and sycophants that had little to no utility for understanding those who lived on the ground. Yet this Empress didn't come across as one of those. In fact, she seemed so very normal, extremely competent, but still normal nonetheless. Seeing as how well the hive was integrated into human society and would arguably considered integral at this point, Uriel couldn't help but feel that there was a human hand at play. The ancients of old preferred a centralized authority, but from what she has observed, the vassals in this empire enjoy a rather wide breadth of autonomy. The old empires had vassals that were expected to act as no better than drones. Not that surprising considering the firstborn preferred to create highly specialized tools to do their bidding. The orcs were just mongrels to be released, they were then replaced by the far more precise and effective hives. They created the Watchers to tend to the primordial font that they despised so much. They used the seraphim to police the skies, the demons to feed the division between the humanoid races, the elves to tend to their great gardens, the naga to control the waves, the dwarves to do their mining for them, and many other races. All of them tools. The only difference was that the humanoids were created by the Watchers, which meant they were imperfect and unstable, leading to rapid mutation. Which eventually led to rebellion thanks to outright neglect by the cruel old gods. Come, we have much to speak about, Uriel said as she motioned for Mother Justina to lead them to a suitable room. Uriel entered the room and she saw it must have been Justina's personal office. It was a rather spacious room complete with a small lounge area. Uriel looked at Mother Justina, who was extremely nervous, and as for Junie, she was still in blissful ignorance. Uriel looked to Mother Justina and she caught herself before gesturing to the lounge area. Uriel walked over to one of the couches and she saw Mother Justina waiting for her to take a seat out of respect. Have a seat, Mother Justina. This is your room. I am just a guest, Uriel said, and Mother Justina hurriedly took a seat. Uriel took a seat and she saw Junie just nervously standing there. She has clued in that Uriel was not just some random traveler. It wasn't that hard to deduce that fact considering Mother Justina's demeanor, but Junie still had no idea who or what Uriel actually was. Well, first things first, I don't want any prying eyes or ears, Uriel said as she channeled some of her high-level spells. Dimensional Lock, Divine Cognito Barrier, Divine Mimetic Barrier, Barrier of the Seven Gates, Reality Shackle, Silent Whispers, Soundless Words, Time Father's Dilation. By the end of it, this room was now temporarily severed from reality. It wouldn't last long, just an hour or so. She didn't have the ability to maintain this for longer than that without compromising her combat ability. This room now lies as a piece within the world between worlds. If she were to overstay her welcome, she may receive some unwanted visitors. Some would say this was overkill, but Uriel didn't want to take any chances. The Syndicate was here, so were the demons, and most of all the Great Beast would no doubt have servants watching everyone and everything. What is all this? Junie stammered as she looked around the room. Then she shifted her gaze to the window, which was now covered by a black opaque magic barrier. "There are some things beyond that you would rather not see," Uriel said as she unfurled her wings and shed her disguise. Junie physically jumped at the sight of an archangel standing before her. These powers were not commonplace amongst her kin. She was the only one among the seraphim who could pull off something like this. That was only due to the time she spent amongst the other races. The blade was kind of a distant mentor to her, but he always did pay more attention to his apprentice Mihaila. Uriel remembers a time when she was rather jealous of her. Then there was her old friend the Crow Father. They were close once but no longer. But they were once close enough for him to teach her some of the Raven-born's magic arts. Quite the irony that the Archangel of Mercy would be a master of shadow magic. At the time she was young, having no concept of the power of symbols. Now her proficiency in the darker arts was a very well-kept secret. However, she did learn many forms of magic. She even knew a little about demonology. It has helped her fight the demons, but of course her knowledge was spun as just raw experience. No one knew that Uriel actually knew how to summon a demon and conduct a soul contract. Well, mostly no one knew. The ones that taught her some of these things were still alive after all. Well, regardless, it was time for perhaps the most important conversation of the day. Uriel turned to face the two slightly pale-faced women and spoke. "Come, we have much to speak about." Chapter 138, Divine Sanction. Uriel looked at Junie with a slight smile on her face. If her jaw dropped any lower, it would fall right onto the wood floor. Mother Justina slightly furrowed her brow when she saw the amused look on Uriel's face. Mother Justina turned to look at Junie, who just realized she was gaping. Junie immediately shut her mouth and bowed hurriedly. "Do not worry, that is a common reaction to my wings," Uriel replied with a light flutter of her wings. Uriel noted that she got the reaction that she wanted as the two women looked at her wings in awe. Not all angel wings were created equal. In Seraphim society, the wings were a crucial component in determining an angel's beauty, which meant that the cherubim who had small stunted wings were considered hideous by the other angels. Uriel had particularly large, white and voluminous wings. Combine that with her other bodily features and Uriel was considered the most beautiful seraphim in all of heaven. Yet Uriel often found her beauty more of a bother than an asset in recent years. In her youth she was, as many would put it, stuck up and arrogant. So arrogant in fact that she left her realm of heaven as she felt the land of her home was just restricting her. Though that was true to an extent, Uriel herself knew that arrogance was moving her more than calm reason. Uriel, like many of the young and foolhardy, eventually discovered the true meaning of the phrase "frog in a well." "Archangel, I apologize for the rudeness. I accept whatever punishment you see fit, but please spare my husband," Junie stammered in response. Uriel let out a soft smile at those words. Even when Junie thought she was in great danger, her mind still went to her husband. This was both heartening and saddening to Uriel, considering this fine priestess would have left the faith if not for the great beast managing to amend the ways of the Church of Order. The irony was not lost on Uriel. She taught that monsters must never be trusted. True monsters looked down on what they considered artificial creations. For natural monsters have evolved and survived to hold their current forms. The artificial creations were created as tools to fulfill a specific task, and to the monsters that made them stunted creations. Humanoids especially were hyper-specific tools which depended on each other, making them individually weak. All the more reason for the scorn they receive. Yet an ancient beast has managed to correct the path of her church with nothing but simple interpretation of her texts. How far has her work fallen for something so far removed from humanoids to be able to fix it so easily? In truth, the great beast must truly be a close creation of the firstborn. He reminds Uriel quite a bit of the firstborn. They were everything in the world, the good and the bad, miracle and calamity, light and dark. If there truly were children of the world, it would be the firstborn. They do say mothers often favor the first child. If the creatures of this world represented different sides of the coin, then the firstborn were the coin itself. Fear not, I have no plans to punish you. If you could see past my disguise, I would hardly be an archangel, no? Uriel replied with a warm smile. It is heartening to see you care so much for your husband, and fear not, you did the right thing with regards to your marriage. I have not been paying as much attention as I should towards this realm. It appears the current Church of Order has lost its way. I plan to make several amendments to the church doctrine. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to call them corrections. Uriel said. Corrections, my lady? Mother Justina asked. Marriage and love are part of my teachings. Why would those that follow my faith be barred from finding love? My domain is the aspects of compassion, love, marriage and fertility. Why would I stop my closest adherents from enjoying my greatest gift? Uriel said gently as she stood up and walked up to Junie before placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Your love for you husband shines through brightly, young Junie, yet I sense guilt within you. Tell me what ails your heart. Uriel said gently, and she saw Junie look away for a moment. She hesitated for almost a minute before finding the courage to speak. I was not the first love of my husband. He was promised to another but when he returned from the war. Junie said as her words got caught in her throat. She lost the child they made together, and when we returned we found her in bed with someone else. There was so much anger from him, and I tried my best to calm him. You teach us to forgive, but in a moment of weakness I felt forgiveness was not possible for him. So I told him to leave with me. I felt at least with the anger gone he might suffer less. Did I steal him away? Did I take advantage of him? Junie asked softly as her eyes filled with tears. Come sit. Uriel said as she led Junie to the couch and she wrapped a wing around her shoulders. Junie looked at her wing in shock before turning around to look at Uriel again. One day he will have to make his peace with it. You must ask yourself what you truly wanted at that moment. If you fall to temptation, then repent and resolve to never make the same mistake again. You did what you did out of love, but even if part of you coveted his affections, then you must think on what to do. I do not demand all of you to be perfect. I demand all of you to try. I only scorn those that know they sin but do it willingly, gleefully even. I myself have made many mistakes I still regret. Uriel said gently, and she saw Junie looking up at her wide-eyed. You make mistakes? Junie asked. Of course, but I try my best to fix what I have broken and to never make the same mistake again. As for my mistakes, I am still making my peace with many of them. Now you make yours. Perhaps it may be good for you and your husband to one day return to his first love in order to resolve the conflict. Less conflict is always good, would you not agree? Uriel said with a smile. I am not sure if my husband will ever forgive her. Junie said with a sigh as she rubbed her arm. He might not, at least not without your help. You are his wife, so help him heal. Do you remember my teachings? One must learn to let go of anger. Uriel began before pausing and waiting for Junie to continue the words. One must learn to let go of anger, for anger is a heavy burden. Anger can lead one to harm others, but the one that carries that anger is harmed the most. Learn to forgive for yourself as much as for that which angers you. Junie said with a nod. Yes, exactly. Try to find your peace, Junie, then one day you can help your husband find his. All I ask of you is to try. Uriel said gently. I will try, Archangel, I will try my hardest and my best. Junie replied with an earnest nod. There is nothing else I can ask for. Uriel said with a smile and a nod. If you wish to know why I am telling you this, it is because I feel the faith in this world has lost its way. I have been to Devonia, and I must confess I am far from pleased with what I saw. In truth, I find the situation here in the new empire far more palatable. Uriel admitted even if she had mixed feelings on this. I am telling the two of you this because I plan to speak with the Empress and the Great Beast on certain matters. If our talks reach agreeable terms, then I plan to grant the Church my personal sanction. Perhaps I will even grant you my sanction as well, Mother Justina. Uriel said to Mother Justina. Uriel felt Junie jump in shock, but Mother Justina was still calm as a placid lake. Your personal sanction? Junie asked in surprise and reverence. Perhaps. Mother Justina asked as she caught the main point of the statement. Uriel smiled internally as she looked at the wizened Mother of the Faith. Her position would grant her the title of High Mother, but the fact she still chose to be referred to as simply Mother Justina spoke volumes of her character. Come, as you know, I can read the true thoughts within my followers if I am allowed entrance. Would you permit me to see if I can grant you my sanction? Uriel said as she extended a hand. In response, Mother Justina extended her own. Uriel took her hand and cast her magic. She peered into her mind and saw what could only be described as an iron lady. She may look like a motherly woman, but as Uriel scanned her mind, she saw the woman who had suffered much and lost much. Yet her trials have never broken her. She held a strong moral compass. What amazed Uriel the most was that her convictions were not founded on fear of the divine or blind obedience to doctrine. Instead, she walked the path willingly with no need for external coercion. Her moral compass stays true and her actions speak louder than any words she could possibly utter. Uriel sees her walking up to the great beast and demanding the safety of the injured behind her. Uriel saw her thoughts. She was afraid, as would anyone in that situation. Yet she still stood unarmed and unarmored, with no means to defend herself. She stood before an ancient beast who had just slaughtered an army before her eyes. Uriel could hear the thoughts that ran through her head in a loop. The phrase rang in her mind like a mantra, granting her strength to stand against the terror, against the forgotten horror that was the great beast of the Elysian woods. It is better to die for those in need than to live for yourself. Mother Justina gambled with her life on the line. The great beast could have easily opened its maw and turned her to ash. She offered everything in that moment, and miraculously she was granted all she wanted. She was a humble woman. She wanted no riches, glory or titles. Good and true, Mother Justina only wanted the safety of the wounded and the priestesses under her care. As Uriel peered deeper into her mind, she realized that Mother Justina rarely prayed. Instead, she devoted her time and energy to what she felt would do the most good, often working late into the night before finally retiring from fatigue. In perhaps a great show of irony, Mother Justina felt her actions were her prayers, which, although was true to the spirit of Uriel teachings, was the exact opposite of what the divine council wanted. They wanted prayers above all, even at the expense of what is good and true. In fact, Uriel knew her thinking deviated greatly from what the rest of the divine council wanted. They just wanted the prayers to flow, which was why they didn't really care about the lives of those that worshipped them. Uriel was just a convenient means to that. She was beloved by those on Terra for her past actions. She was the reason the myth of the Seraphim's benevolence and mercy was so prevalent in Terra. Uriel mentioned her past mistakes previously, and this was one of the mistakes she has made. It was a mistake she has yet to make her peace with. But perhaps she should follow what her old friends did. Many of her old friends were either dead or hated her. Uriel regretted and mourned the deaths. As for the hatred, Uriel felt it was well deserved. Deeds, not words. That was the words of the blade. It was words she once took to heart. But Uriel has fallen into complacency, and at that moment she resolved she would do better. Uriel did another scan of Mother Justina's mind and found her life to be filled with trials. Even now, as she effectively held the highest post within the church, she still held on to her humility. She wore her mantle with grace and carried the burden with no complaints. So Uriel at that moment made her decision. Mother Justina, you have my personal sanction. I will inform the rest of the church and the Empress, Uriel said, and she heard Junie audibly gasp from the side. Mother Justina, on the other hand, merely nodded in acknowledgement. I will not waste your trust, Archangel. I intend to use your sanction to better the lives of those in need. Mother Justina replied with a bow. I know my sanction is in good hands, Uriel said with a warm smile, and Mother Justina responded with a small smile of her own. It was a smile of relief that she could now do more. The rest of the church would now have to give her more authority with this personal sanction. In fact, even the Empress and the Great Beast would have to give her more leeway. I will now return to the palace. There is much to discuss with the Empress and the Great Beast, Uriel said as she engaged her disguise and returned to the appearance of a perfectly normal human, albeit an exceedingly beautiful one. My lady, there is one thing you should know. It is not wise to try the limited patience of the Great Beast. He is not known to be the most patient individual, Mother Justina said. Not many would dare to speak to me like that, but thank you for your concern. However, you are mistaken, Uriel said with a small grimace. My lady, Mother Justina began, but she was cut off by Uriel. I am not offended by your words. If anything, it speaks of your devotion to your work and your trust in me. For that I thank you. But you are mistaken about the Great Beast, Uriel said as she turned to face Mother Justina. The Great Beast is an ancient. The ancients are never in a rush. They do not age, they do not wither. They are immortal, whether it takes 1 year or 10, it matters not to them. They move when they are able, so no, he is not impatient. It is just that he has no reason to be patient thus far, at least on the matters that you have observed. Patience begets inaction and careful planning. Plans you will not be privy of. The ancients have minds like a maze. He is not so easy to comprehend. Uriel said. We must coexist for now, if not. Uriel began. The vampires will remain unchallenged. Mother Justina said, and Uriel nodded. Exactly. However, if an equitable arrangement can be achieved, then it may be good for the people. Uriel said. Mother Justina just sighed and nodded in response. I hope so too, Archangel. Chapter 139, Uneasy Peace. I gazed at the little artifact that was levitating before me. Recently I have been picking up some artificing as another hobby. As to why that is, well, I'm running out of books. Human authors really do write way too slowly. Why can't they write faster to feed my ceaseless desire for more content? Anyway, I have just about finished every book I could get my hands on except for a handful of uninteresting ones. Honestly, I really do not feel like spending my time reading a dictionary. So I started taking artificing lessons from Mahila just out of pure boredom, and I found it quite entertaining. I have dabbled in it previously, but I never tried to formally learn it. Mahila was considered a master artificer. She was easily the best artificer in the empire, so who better to teach me? To say I caught on quickly was an understatement. I still wasn't as good as Mahila, but I was getting there. I should be at her level in about a few months if I dedicate more time to it. But for now I was mostly just experimenting with random ideas. Like this little orb that was kind of like a grenade. It was a novel idea that I came up with. I have no idea why no one came up with it until now. It was perfect for fighting multiple opponents. This little thing was called a stasis grenade. This device simply freezes time in a small radius for about 10 seconds, well, kind of freezes anyway. Basically, you freeze one target, dump a lot of projectiles into the little time bubble, and when time resumes, boom. Instant pincushion. Or instant cremation if you prefer. Doesn't really matter, honestly. Only problem was that the more powerful individuals had resistance to the time dilation status effect. But resistance was not immunity, so it at least slows them down. It doesn't stop time exactly, it just slows it down so much it looks like time has stopped. Well, this whole thing started as a little emergency defense mechanism for Cecilia. The idea was that in the event that she was in serious danger, an artifact could just freeze time around her and effectively lock her in stasis, which would buy time for me to come and help. However, then I realized the whole pincushion thing, and I also couldn't make the stasis last long enough in such a small device since chronomancy was expensive either-wise. So it's back to the drawing board for Cecilia's emergency defense system. Well, at least this is a cool toy. I commanded one of the nearby adjutants to jump into the air, and I chucked the grenade at it. The grenade exploded and a blue translucent sphere expanded out. The adjutant was seemingly trapped mid-air, frozen in time. Approximately 12 seconds later the stasis ended and the adjutant landed back on his feet. Not bad. I scanned the throne room and I saw the royal guards giving me the same disconcerted looks they always did when I started playing with magic. I can certainly understand why. If I were my old self and I saw a giant supposedly ancient monster playing with crazy types of magic in my general vicinity, I would be pretty terrified too. Well, I didn't have much time left to wait anyway. Cecilia and the angels were heading back now, so I just needed to wait for them to return. Boredom truly was my arch-nemesis. I'm starting to understand why the firstborn of the past made the humanoids fight for entertainment. In the back of my mind I wonder if I would one day resort to something like that. But now that I think about it, I doubt it. I don't find wars and fights that entertaining unless I am the one fighting. Furthermore, that only applies if it was a battle hard fought. Swatting legions of houseflies does not seem that engaging. So if anything, chances are I will become some kind of mad scientist or maybe a cook. I do like to eat. Making wine isn't that bad either. I magiced the spent grenade into my hand and gave it a quick charge to return it to a primed state. All the artifact grenades I have seen are single use, but this one was rechargeable. This trait makes it less powerful, but it's just a testing unit anyway, so it didn't make much sense to make it single use. The key component to this rechargeable function was actually the primordial essence from the primordial font. I managed to turn it into this weird crystal that allowed me to create this rechargeable grenade. Seeing as the only two species that can control primordial essence were the firstborn and the Watchers, I am probably the only thing alive that can manipulate that fetid, disgusting pool of shit. This is quite ironic considering I absolutely hate that place. Just as my thoughts were about to go to the primordial font, the door to the throne room opened. Cecilia walked in followed by Uriel, and I saw Uriel frown as she looked at the royal guards who were still rather uncomfortable and anxious from me playing with dangerous magic. Mother Justina was following them. No doubt Uriel wanted to advertise the fact that she now had Mother Justina in her pocket. I knew all of that, of course. My information network was absolute in this empire. Most of the major factions have high-level detection abilities, so adjutant spies were dangerous to use. However, I came up with a rather interesting solution. I call it the mind boar parasite. It's basically this tiny worm that will embed itself in the brain of its host, allowing me to see and hear what they experience. It was this little worm that was so small and low in ether that it was virtually undetectable to anyone that can't sense hive transmissions. Which was basically only high-level hive leaders. From what I can tell, those that qualify are, well, just me. So what I did was pour a lot of these tiny eggs into the water. So when people drink the water, they will be infected by the parasite and give me a free look into their senses. As of now, that's the only thing I can do with the worms, since I tried to make them as hard to detect as possible. Honestly, the worms were barely alive. They were more like an add-on organ rather than a living creature. But still, infecting everyone's brains was not a good look, so I decided to keep things more low-key. Although interestingly, I found that the parasite doesn't work on those of sufficient power. Like Mahala's body seems to just naturally destroy the parasite. I assume it has something to do with their naturally more resistant immune system. Either that or it just doesn't work on draconians, since I did design these parasites around humans. I told Cecilia I would key her genetic code into the parasite to harmlessly self-destruct so that she wouldn't be infected. But she told me not to. Her reason was that in the event of separation, I could at least see what was going on and make the rescue easier. Honestly, she made a good point, but I told her the offer stands. If she ever felt uncomfortable, I could just flip the switch. So right now I could see through her eyes. Even if she was dimensionally locked, the parasite would be able to record the readings, so even if the connection was severed, I could just reconnect it later and look up the recordings. So since I have infected Mother Justina, I knew all about their little exchange despite Uriel's little show of Ravenborn magic. "Guards, leave us," Cecilia said the moment she walked in, and the royal guards all saluted before swiftly exiting the room. "Had a nice chat. Enjoy the sights?" I asked with a grin, and I saw Uriel give me a calm nod, completely unfazed by my usual sarcasm. "So Archangel, have you come to a decision?" Cecilia asked, and Uriel shook her head. "I have some final questions for you and the great beast," Uriel said. Her voice was as calm as can be. "I must say, I do find this Archangel quite interesting. She has the composure only an ancient can have. I can read her vitals even if she was an Archangel, but her vitals were as calm as a placid lake." "As you wish," Cecilia said courteously. "First question is for you, Empress. Tell me, to you, what is an Empress? What is your purpose? What is it to rule?" Uriel asked. "An Empress must rule her domain. It is her task to ensure the safety and security of the empire. All below her are her children, to be cared for, to be given consideration. A queen must think long and hard before she makes a request. As for an Empress, I must think harder still. I can only rest when my people are safe. I can only feast when my people are fed. Though I am the head of state, I am in truth but a servant. I wear the trappings of a ruler, for it gives comfort and confidence to my people. I do not wear these ornate garbs for my own vanity or prestige. I wear them for I am a symbol, a reflection of my empire. A resplendent Empress has a resplendent empire. A poorly dressed Empress does not reflect well upon her people, and a destitute empire doesn't reflect well upon even the most finely dressed Empress. This circlet you see upon my head is heavy. It is quite light upon the head, I assure you, but it weighs heavily on the heart. I know my duty, and it is no easy task. You see, Archangel, I grew up in a land where the rulers served themselves first. I have done nothing thus far but liberate those who have suffered under the yoke of cruel and indifferent rulers. From what I hear, Devonia has it even worse than the lands of the south, or am I mistaken?" Cecilia asked, and Uriel shook her head. "In truth, I feel the greatest crime for a ruler is neglect. A harsh but diligent ruler will do much better than a kind but negligent one. My people are all my responsibility, from beggar to aristocrat, they are all my responsibility. It is my duty to be a mother, ruler, and most of all a trusted friend. But still, no matter what, I know I must do things that many would consider horrible and unjust. Like the coming Black Crusade, for example, when the day comes I will need to send my children into the jaws of death. For the self-serving noble willing to sell my empire for their own petty gain I must use the blade, the lash and the flame. For the lowly criminal and bandit they are a corruption that must be eradicated or at least constrained to a level where they are manageable. Cecilia said, and Uriel raised a brow in response. Is that why you legalized sin in your empire? Uriel challenged, and Cecilia just smiled in response. A predictable question, but one I have little need to construct an overly convincing argument. 4. Cecilia replied with a calm smile. Really, do go on. Uriel said. It is a simple matter of logical elimination. Eradication would require fear and terror. The only way to remove sin, or at least those that practice it, would be to kill everyone that does it. Which of course creates such an aura of fear that no one would dare attempt it. But Archangel, have you ever wondered why people sin? Cecilia said as she locked eyes with Uriel. Because they give in to temptation. Uriel replied. Although correct, I feel that answer is incomplete. Sin is escapism. Why would someone in a happy marriage commit adultery? I had a chat with someone of the crime lords and they told me most came to their dens of sin for escapism. So then I asked myself, if sin is an escape, what are they escaping? If I could remove what they are escaping from, would that not make the act of sin meaningless? After all, slums are dens of sin and they are also pits of suffering. So I fixed the slums problem at the crown's expense and lo and behold, crime dropped significantly. The best cure for sin is happiness. But of course, no matter what I do there will always be suffering, so a place to escape will be necessary no matter what. People marry the wrong people, bad investments happen, some are just weak-willed to resist temptation, stuff like that. So by heavily controlling the places of sin and regulating it I can keep tabs on who is going. More importantly, by keeping tabs on the situation I can extend a helping hand to those in need, thus resolving the root cause of the issue. Thus far it has been extremely effective. Cecilia said, and Uriel nodded, being unable to deny the results. Is there anything else, Archangel? Cecilia asked, and Uriel shook her head. Technically everything Cecilia said was true, so there was no way for Uriel to figure out if she was lying. Yes, Cecilia can think of her people as children, but children were also incompetent, and there were also such things as abusive parents. Of course Cecilia would think hard on every decree. This was a big empire and bad policies caused a lot of problems. What ruler wouldn't want to be treated like a trusted friend by their subjects? But that doesn't mean the ruler needs to return the favor. Everything Cecilia said was true, just not the whole truth. As for you, great beast, I have one simple question. What do you truly want? I do not think you actually care about the lives of the people. Uriel asked. Now for some fun. Of course I do. I shed a tear every time I think about the poor orphans in the world. At least 2 of my hearts ache when I see suffering. I replied dramatically, as if I was lamenting the cruelties of the world. Uriel just raised a brow in response. You couldn't tell if I was lying, right? So you cannot take anything I say at face value. If you used your truth discerning magic solely to make your decision, you would have to believe that I actually shed a tear when I have no eyes. I said as I used magic to push myself upright in display of how casually I can use magic. You see, Archangel, I am an anti-humanoid weapon. If you were fighting the Eternal Mother with me around, a lot more of you were going to die. The thing is, the only way the Eternal Mother could make me understand humanoids so well was to make me partly humanoid. I said, and I saw Uriel's eyes widen in shock. I'm just you without all the flaws and random genetic mutation. But you see, humanoids are naturally free thinkers, you are all creative and rather ingenious. That also made me hard to control, so I ran. As to what I actually want, I just want to be left alone and to enjoy the interesting things you humanoids like to produce. I like your books, I like your cooking, I like your wine, and I like talking to some of you. You all give me so many entertaining conversations. I also like your techniques of war, very creative if I do say so myself. I said as I summoned a Fosi blade that I made for myself. It was a blade that would fit something of my size. I ignited the blade and a 4-meter-long red energy blade emerged from the hilt made of bone and flesh. The blade crackled and hummed. Appearance-wise it looked like a beam attack that was just frozen in place. Interesting fact, Fosi blades cause an ether jamming effect when it is this large, making them able to deflect spells. I said with a smirk, and I saw the Archangel's vitals jump in alarm at the sight of the massive energy blade. As for why it is red, It appears making it larger tends to change the color due to the distortion effect on the light bouncing off it. I said as I disabled the blade and put it back into my pocket dimension. I find all of you very interesting, and it just so happens all of you make the most interesting things when all of you are prosperous and happy. You may not trust my words, but I think you can trust my self-interest. Besides, if I do conduct a genocide, I think that might be a slight issue with you. I said, and Uriel just nodded as if affirming that heaven would destroy me if I tried anything like that. So here is the deal. You leave me alone and I will continue to do my own thing. Then you can keep waging your little war in the north. As for me, I will take care of your vampire problem down here because it's also my problem. I think neither of us wants a war. After all, my hive is everywhere on this continent. If you kill me, they all go berserk and there goes your prayers. Plus, my presence here also keeps this place out of the hands of the syndicate. If we ally, the syndicate will have to worry about me now. They might have to pull resources down south, I said. Can you make them pull resources down south? Uriel asked, and I knew this was a test, so I decided to simply just call her out on it. No sense being too coy with someone this old. They know how the game is played. Last time I checked, you owe me, not the other way around. I saved that one from being a blood bag and a feather dispenser. I said as I pointed at Ariel. You can return the favor by agreeing to leave me alone. You leave me in peace and you get your giant prayer reserve in the south. Sounds good? I said bluntly, and Uriel sighed before a small smile appeared on her face. Yes, it sounds good. I must say this type of negotiation is rather refreshing. It certainly saves time. Uriel replied. Well, I am made to be efficient. So do we have an agreement? I asked, and Uriel nodded. A non-aggression pact and an agreement of non-interference. Uriel said, and I tried my best to hold back a laugh for what I am going to say next. So you aren't going to sanction one of the priests or priestesses here to exert control? I mean, non-interference would also cover that, wouldn't it? I asked sarcastically, and I saw Uriel crack another smile in response, and I got the message. Alright, minus the sanction, a pact of non-interference. Your religion, your rules, but remember, my land, my rules. I said, and Uriel nodded again. This was a subtle mutual threat. I allowed her to have eyes here, but I also just told her I have eyes on her. Creepy, huh? Sounds fair. Also, and thanks for saving my daughter, I will also give your empire my personal sanction. That should be helpful to you. So in addition to exerting control over the largest organization besides the state itself, Uriel began. You will also alienate the syndicate by granting this empire your sanction. Yeah, I got it. I said with a laugh. I am glad we have an understanding. Uriel said with a nod. Not going to ask again about us helping to pull syndicate resources south? I asked coyly. Do you think it would make me feel better or worse if you agreed? Uriel asked. Of course it would make you feel worse. Why would I do something so illogical? I replied, and Uriel nodded. Exactly. Regardless, I hope this is the beginning of a fruitful relationship. Uriel said. Sounds good. Nemesis plucked a feather off the mangled wing of the High Angel to replace her recently broken quill just as she heard the door open. Nemesis willed her chains to move, and they dragged the angel back against the wall with a whimpering sob from the angel and a thud from the wall. You failed. Nemesis said as she placed the fresh feather on her desk. Yes, the great beast intervened. Theseus said. Yes, of course he did. Plan failed successfully. Nemesis said with a smirk that was hidden under her mask. What do you mean? Theseus asked with a scowl clear in his voice. If I really wanted that Ariel girl captured, I would have sent Nox and Discordia as well. No, you were supposed to fail. I wanted to give the great beast a favor to use against heaven. We cannot keep heaven's attention off the south forever. From what I hear from Nox, they just signed a non-aggression pact with heaven. War between the great beast and the seraphim is inevitable. The main thing we must do is stall that eventuality. We have already lost so much in our crusade against the angels. What, 6 more members? Nemesis asked with a tilt of her head. Why didn't you tell me? Theseus asked. You aren't Persephone, you are a horrible actor. I made sure Persephone and Heimdall conducted an attack in the north today to make it seem like we are short on resources. Nemesis said as she took a sip of wine. Which is why I sent you, instead of one of them. Nemesis clarified after swallowing. We are playing the long game, Theseus. Everyone knows that peace is just the prelude to war. The more time the firstborn has to prepare the better. Nemesis said. Besides, the non-aggression pact can be easily broken. Nemesis said as she snapped her new feather quill for emphasis. Understood. Theseus replied with a nod. Good, I am sending you north. I want to give heaven the impression that I have lost interest in the south, Nemesis said, and Theseus nodded as he got to his feet. After Theseus left her office, Nemesis looked at the broken quill on her table and smiled. Our tools break so easily. Nemesis said out loud, and she heard the angel behind start to weep and whimper. It seems I need a replacement quill. Chapter 140, Ghosts of the Past. Uriel sat down heavily in her chair as she felt the fatigue finally catch up to her. She might have just made a deal with the devil, but as it stands there was no other alternative. Or at least an alternative that carried less risk. But Uriel was no stranger to risks. She herself has approved her daughter to continue her mission to scout the lands of the vampires. It was a foolish plan considering what just happened, but she knew they needed to know what was happening in the dark lands of the vampires. So Uriel sent her 2 of her personal guards with Ariel in the hopes that they could keep her safe. It should be safe considering she received a report shortly after signing the treaty that Persephone and Heimdall were spotted in the north launching a renewed offensive. So at least those 2 were not anywhere near the region. As for the Dark Mistress herself, Nemesis, she was nowhere to be found. As usual, it was hard to believe her and Nemesis used to be friends. How cruel fate could be at times. As if mocking her train of thought, her eyes wandered to the new document that was on her table. It was a casualty report and it didn't look good. If this kept up, Uriel would have no choice but to agree to order a general mobilization of the Seraphim. As it stands, if the general mobilization is called, they would increase their numbers by 6 times, and that wasn't even including the cherubim reserves that would no doubt be pressed into service. The cherubim were numerous even if they were weak. However, the trained regulars were more than a match for most of the average denizens of both Terra and Hell. However, against an ancient, like the great beast, they were chaff to be cut down like stalks of wheat before the scythe. Uriel knew all the best cherubim could hope to do was to slow the great beast down if they were sent against him. Even a meat grinder needs to slow down to grind down meat. Then there were the other ancients still roaming around. The ancient serpent Serchix has started to stir in the Azure Sea. Mahila the Swift, who was probably the most skilled combatant in the world, was still nowhere to be found. The Crowfather is still out there serving his own personal agenda. Then there were the others still hiding and waiting for their moment to re-emerge. Uriel knew all too well this world was filled with forgotten horrors. If this war escalates and spreads, there are going to be rivers of blood. Uriel knew conflicts like this tend to spread and escalate. The longer heaven fights, the weaker the Seraphim become. Then new challenges may start to rear their ugly head. If the demon lords of sin finally decided who was to be the new prime evil, then they might finally try to break the seal. At that thought, Uriel ran her hands through her hair as she furrowed her brow in frustration. She couldn't help but feel frustrated at that little lie she helped to concoct. It was common knowledge that the denizens of hell could not enter Terra unless they had an invitation. Heaven had an invitation in the form of prayers. However, this was not always the case. Travel between the worlds was not always restricted. The 3 worlds were sealed off from each other thanks to the actions of one person, Menier Morningstar, the second prime evil. It wasn't a cage to lock the demons in, it was a wall to keep heaven out. More accurately, it was a wall around Terra, so by erecting it, it barred travel to both hell and heaven. It was simultaneously designed to protect hell and to obstruct heaven from accessing Terra. Luckily for the Seraphim, they found a way around it, but the bottom line was that the demons had eons behind their walls to rebuild. The only solace that Uriel had was that only a prime evil could use the Black Heart to break the seal, and thus far the demons seemed to be content to fight each other rather than organize themselves in any meaningful fashion. However, if heaven becomes too weak, then old enemies and forgotten horrors might re-emerge from the shadows to take their vengeance, or perhaps just for the fun of the slaughter. When Uriel closed her eyes, she could still see the battles with the old gods, the dreaded firstborn, and their army of horrors. Uriel soared at the head of her flight of silver maidens. They were some of the best warriors that the Seraphim had to offer. Though their numbers may be depleted, what they lacked in numbers they made up for in skill, experience, and raw bravery. It was a good thing too, for the foe they faced, nothing less than bravery that bordered on madness would suffice. But this was for their freedom, to be free of being toys to the old gods. Uriel muttered a short prayer to her ancestors as she slowly approached the battle zone. This battle was an important one. They were facing the last hive of the old god known as the Eternal Mother. The Seraphim's role in this battle was simple: they were supposed to help tie down the last hive of the Eternal Mother, alongside the Draconians, while the main Draconian force faced down the Eternal Mother herself. If they fought the Eternal Mother with her hive present, they would stand no chance. The Draconians already sacrificed a city as a distraction, so everyone had to make this count. 1 minute to battle zone. Uriel heard a voice sound off in her ear and she tried her best to steady her breathing. She could faintly see the flashes in the distance. It wouldn't be long now, and Uriel was soon proven right when she saw the massive sandstorm that was spinning like a hurricane. Uriel did a quick scan of the sandstorm and saw it was cursed. The dark magic coursed along the spinning sands like dark veins around a festering wound. Purple lightning occasionally flashed along the edge of the sandstorm, arcing along the perimeter like a tendril. She has seen such a thing before. This sandstorm was not filled. It was just a dome intended to create a barrier. However, that did not make Uriel feel much better, as though it could be used as a decently effective barrier to keep something out. More often than not, the servants of the firstborn used this spell to keep something in. Which means Uriel was going to have to order her soldiers to charge straight into a cage. Hopefully with Uriel's help they could at least free what was trapped within. "I will open a gap, prepare to enter," Uriel said. "Yes, my lady," her soldiers replied in unison, their voices ringing in her ear. Uriel turned her head to look at the 600 soldiers behind her. The Silver Maidens were once 3,000, but now they were down to a mere 600. Only the strongest remained, and the last 1,000 lasted much longer than the dead 2,000. The final 600 were by far the most resilient. They have survived the killing of 2 firstborn. As far as horror goes, they have seen it all, and Uriel, being their commander, was with them every step of the way. When Uriel reached the edge of the sandstorm, she paused and tried one last time to contact the missing army they were sent to assist. Uriel had a feeling they were inside this sandstorm, but she decided to check just in case. "General Dragoth, this is Archangel Uriel," Uriel said into the silent transmission spell. Then Uriel heard a crackling response. "Sand. Orm. Assistance. Not. Combat ineffective. Rapia. Not. It's not A. Not A." Uriel went silent as the transmission finally crackled out into eerie silence. They were here to kill a hive leader. Were they saying it was not a hive leader? Were they facing the Eternal Mother herself? If that was the case, then Uriel had to go in. If she could confirm the presence of the Eternal Mother, then she could call for the rest of the Divine Council. "We are going in," Uriel said, and she turned to see her soldiers all solemnly nod. "Get ready to enter once I make a path," Uriel said as she channeled her spell. It was a rather simple spell, but quite effective at this specific task. She created a ring of time dilation magic. She shoved it into the sandstorm. Instantly an opening appeared. Since the cursed sand was swirling in a clockwise direction, by creating a ring she could make a hole. The sand would get caught by the edges of the ring as it continued to flow. Instantly Uriel started to feel her magic threaten to unravel. She immediately made corrections to maintain it. The cursed effect of the sand was eating away at her spell, and she wouldn't be able to hold it open for long. But she didn't need to. Her soldiers had already formed up into a neat column, and the moment it was possible they rushed through the hole. Uriel darted forward after her soldiers, and she felt her spell unravel just as she passed through. Right as she cleared the hole, she saw a streak of purple lightning strike one of her soldiers. The angel let out a shriek as she fell from the sky, smoking. Instantly 2 other angels rushed down to break her fall. Uriel looked up and felt her blood turn to ice. She saw a maelstrom roiling overhead. This wasn't magic that was used by the Eternal Mother's hive. This was the magic of another firstborn. The Deep Shaper. Sure enough, she saw a large serpentine shape appear in the dark clouds overhead for a brief moment. The silhouette was only illuminated by an arc of purple lightning that lit up the roiling clouds above. Uriel knew that presence that lay above her. She could feel it. The rampant desire that seemed to bleed from that storm, and then she saw it. A symbol of a humanoid eye appeared in the clouds, and its gaze locked on her. It seemingly narrowed as if in a smile, and then she heard the voice she knew all too well. "Uriel." The voice echoed out. Its tone betrayed its thinly veiled excitement. Uriel knew that gaze all too well. It was a gaze that belonged to one who could feed off misery. Cerchix. Uriel muttered as she gazed at the glowing eye. Then that accursed voice rang out, its words intended for no one but Uriel herself. I see a dark wind blowing through. I see days with neither fun nor glee. I see a future caused by you. I see a path not meant to be. Get ready, spread out. Uriel shouted as she knew an attack was coming. Cerchix always did this to cut into her resolve with her words. But Uriel knew better. The Deep Shaper had yet to perfect Cerchix's future sight ability. If he had, they would all be dead by now. The future should be filled with magic. Dreams and wishes brought to life. But the days ahead are dark and tragic. No time for hope when all is strife. At those words the entire sky lit up with lightning as Uriel and her forces were racked with purple lightning. Luckily for her, this time they were ready for it and they only took some light wounds which were quickly healed. Whatever might have been, all the dreams you share. Because of you, the future is a cold nightmare. Then the storm began to swirl and rage with greater ferocity. Uriel looked up and saw the entire storm above them begin to crackle with energy. Then she spotted this pillar of flame shoot up into the sky from ahead of them. The pillar of flame seemed to calm the storm slightly, but Uriel knew this wouldn't last long. Uriel shifted her gaze and saw the Draconians still battling the members of the Eternal Mother's Hive. It was then that Uriel realized what the warped transmission was trying to tell them was. It wasn't saying it wasn't a. It was saying it wasn't alone. They were in a lot of trouble. They were not prepared to fight two ancients at once. They were going to need help, and judging by the battle going on below with the hive, they were going to need a lot of it. The forces assigned to this mission were not sufficient to take down a brood mother and Cerchix at the same time. Dive! Uriel shouted as she shot towards the ground. She sensed the rest of her forces do the same. They needed to get as low to the ground as possible. With Cerchix roiling the skies above them, flying too high up was a death sentence. The Draconians could fly as well, so this must be their little trick to restrict their movements. After all, Draconians and Seraphim were far more vulnerable when grounded. Mother. Uriel remembers the coming battle being costly. Cerchix wrought a heavy toll on them and they didn't even win. Cerchix abandoned the fight halfway once Uriel somehow managed to get a message out to Mihail. The breakthrough cost her 24 comrades, but the message went through. She could still remember that little exchange that Cerchix had with the brood mother. You would betray me. Are you really surprised? The Deep Shaper sends his regards. We remember your treachery in Samsara. This would be a problem if it wasn't so thoroughly predictable. Thank you for your contribution. Glad we have an understanding. Betrayals upon betrayals, alliances with betrayals, betrayals that lead to alliances. There was no order, just raw chaos and personal gain. Honor was described as a humanoid construction, a practice made necessary due to the individual weakness of humanoids, due to their dependence on societies. Humanoids were weak, that was why they needed morality and honor. Uriel knew that was correct to an extent, but Uriel wanted a world where peace and order was the natural way. Not the chaos and bloodshed that the old gods loved so much. She had to succeed. For her children. Mother. Can you hear me? Uriel wanted to trust the great beast, but she knew betrayal was the way of the ancients. The monsters cannot be trusted, they will suck anyone and anything dry if they were given a chance. Mother. Uriel jolted as she heard her son's shout. Uriel looked up from her desk to see her son staring at her with concern in his eyes. Nathaniel. Uriel said in slight embarrassment. She must have zoned out. Mother, are you all right? You're pale. Nathaniel said as he knelt down and held Uriel's hand. I am fine, dear. Uriel replied gently as she gazed fondly at her third son. Nathaniel was always the gentlest of her sons. His combat abilities were always lacking. He simply lacked the temperament to strike down an opponent. He was the exact opposite of his oldest brother Raphael. While Raphael preferred quick and direct solutions, much like his father, Nathaniel preferred a softer and more indirect approach. Nathaniel was a natural diplomat and boasted great administrative abilities. His combat abilities were limited to rudimentary self-defense with a one-handed fencing style. Well, at least rudimentary as compared to the finest fighters of Seraphim. Against a lay opponent he would be more than enough to defeat them. He was a peculiar child, preferring a one-handed style as it allowed him to appear rather lightly armed and armored at all times, which was consistent with his pacifistic philosophy. Uriel didn't tell him, but his father detested this style and philosophy of combat. As for why he detested this, it was simply because in style and philosophy he resembled the blade of all people. A one-handed style with a free offhand was a pacifist style of combat. Where violence was a last resort, that was the way of the blade as well. Violence as a last resort was the motto, although the blade was exceedingly effective at violence when the situation called for it. Not many knew this, but the blade often preferred to speak before drawing the blade. He was far better at persuasion than outright combat, although his ideals often fell on deaf ears. He was truly ahead of his time. Uriel herself modeled her philosophy of order around the blade's philosophy. Although she did disagree on the part that all must be able to defend themselves. Uriel herself feels a disarmed population was a peaceful one. A population that was well armed and combat effective was just a conflict waiting to happen. Uriel wanted to defang to protect. But the blade believed a well-armed and combat-capable population was a polite one. As the subtle threat of violence forced civility, he argues that a government that held all the power was prone to falling to tyranny. However, Uriel felt that this philosophy would lead to chaos, and the people would not be able to unite to seek further horizons. The fall of the firstborn was all the proof that Uriel needed of the correctness of her philosophy. There was even a song about how together the mortals felled the gods. Though faceless and reviled, we were loyal the same, serving the gods through the worst of our pain. When the old world falls, let it be writ on its grave. The mortals felled the old gods unnamed. Are you having the episodes again, mother? Nathaniel asked, and Uriel shook her head. No, my latest trip just gave me a lot to think about. Uriel replied as she lied through her teeth. This was her first dissociative episode in centuries. Meeting the great beast must have jogged some very unpleasant memories. Although when she tried to recall them in sharp detail, it almost seemed like her mind was blocking them out. Okay, let me know if it happens again. We need you, mother, now more than ever. Nathaniel said gently as he gave Uriel's hand a squeeze. I will. Now what did you need, dear? Uriel asked in an attempt to change the subject. Oh, I wanted to ask where Sister Ariel is? Did she not return with you? Nathaniel asked. No, she decided to continue her mission. I sent members of my retinue to guard her just in case. Since there is little need for secrecy now, I suppose a larger force should be fine. I do not care if the vampires realize we are watching them. Hopefully that will dissuade them from their dark crusade. Uriel replied with a sigh. I highly doubt that will dissuade them. Nathaniel said grimly. Yes, I suspect you are right. You are right more often than me on these matters after all. Uriel said gently. I assume you sent Valkyr with Ariel? Nathaniel asked. Yes, I did. Uriel replied, and Nathaniel nodded as if satisfied. Then all should be well. Your personal champion should be more than enough. Nathaniel said, and Uriel nodded in agreement. I should go now, mother, I have much to do. Nathaniel said as he rose to his feet. See you later at dinner, dear. Uriel said, and Nathaniel responded with a warm smile before exiting her office. Uriel winced as she thought back to her daughter and felt the worry well up. Then the images started flashing before her eyes. The memories of the battle she was just recalling. She remembers what happened once Cerchix left. They thought they had the brood mother dead to rights, but the brood mother then released her trap. They didn't even manage to kill the brood mother in the end. Uriel grabbed the chair's armrest hard enough for the wood to groan, and her knuckles turned white as the images flashed through her mind. The screams, the howling, the smell of flesh melting. Their eyes boiling, blood-red foam bubbling from their mouths, their limbs turning to stone as they crumbled away. Uriel tried her best to get her breathing under her control, but she couldn't draw a breath. It felt like she was being strangled. She couldn't make her chest expand to take in air. Subconsciously she let out a whimpering mutter, mentioning that accursed fog that killed most of her soldiers in a single attack. Death fog. Chapter 141, Experiments. I kept an eye on the Ariel girl as she headed to the land of the vampires. My flyers were tailing her, and I was tracking her through my intelligence network. I already had extensive intelligence on the troop movements of the vampires, and they were most definitely going for the Zaramans. They even had a diversionary strike prepared for the elves to lower the Zaraman's guard. This would work quite well to my advantage, as with one of their armies stacked against the elves I could wipe out a small piece for free. I already had 4 hives in the region, so I could strike at any time. But a direct strike into their terrain would be dangerous since the land there was tainted. All that cursed ether would slow down and reduce the effectiveness of my troops. So I wanted to lure them into the golden sands of Zaramo, where I would have the advantage. But the chance to wipe out the small army that was attacking the elves was still too good to pass up. So the plan was that I would hit the 2 armies simultaneously, then I would launch a blitzkrieg counterattack into the vampire lands. If I can maintain the momentum, I should be able to end the war rather quickly. As for Ariel, she set out right after our little agreement. The terms were ironed out and the specifics were quite equitable for all parties involved. This treaty was extremely transactional, based on self-interest. In other words, it was the kind I liked the most. For there was nothing more honest than self-interest. The angels will leave me and Cecilia alone, and we would be allowed to develop our rather substantial part of the world in whatever way we desire. Of course, within certain limitations. The limitations, of course, were just nothing that hampered the interests of the Seraphim. I could kill the Ostaeans, slaughter the vampires, finish off the orcs. I could plunge an entire species into the jaws of extinction, but I was not allowed to attack Devonia. I was not allowed to take explicit actions against the other worshippers of the Seraphim. Unless, of course, I could make a convincing argument as to why that would be beneficial for both parties. Say, for example, if Devonia has actually fallen to the demons, it would be perfectly okay if I launched a campaign against them. After I consult with the angels, of course. Currently the situation was basically the Averlanian Empire and Heaven were in a rather tense alliance. Kind of like 2 people sitting at a table enjoying a dinner while pointing guns at each other under the table. In retrospect, the Seraphim really were full of shit as far as their persona as benevolent rulers were concerned. They were actually okay with us just swiping the entirety of Zarama if we also made sure that the vampires would never threaten the world again. On one hand, it was a highly rational decision. In their minds, the vampires were an extremely powerful foe. In all fairness, they were very powerful. They would probably be the most powerful force I have ever faced up until this point. All the human nations thus far were closer to toy soldiers rather than an actual army. They have grown too soft under the protection of the Seraphim. The real foes I would have to face in this world were those that never enjoyed the protection of the Seraphim. So if I were to fight such a powerful foe, I would simultaneously bleed myself and wipe out the vampires. The course of the war would also damage Zarama to the point the land would be rather useless. Thus, in the Seraphim's mind, they were giving me effectively nothing to remove the vampires. However, this plan would only work if defeating the vampires was actually difficult for me. Honestly, I feel it wouldn't be that hard. Thanks to the stuff I got in the vaults and with Maligaros now in my employ, my hive's power has roughly tripled. The part of Hive Brood Prime that everyone was aware of now constituted only about a third of the brood's true power. I now had some of the horrors of the old world at my disposal. On the flip side, if I show my true power, it would tip off the Seraphim to what I can do. So the best course of action would be to straddle the line. Make it just easy enough that it would seem like a mildly challenging fight, while at the same time making it seem like I was hiding something. Well, I was hiding a lot of things. "My king, are you available for a consultation?" I heard the rough voice of Maligaros say to my right. I looked up to see his pale white body crawling ominously on the ceiling. His long centipede-like body was arrayed on the fleshy ceiling, while 2 of his tentacles held a human body in one and an orb in the other. "Is it about the gene seed?" I asked, and he nodded in response. "Very well, let me see it," I said as I moved away and picked up the new toy I was making. I had some interesting ideas for improving myself. In fact, I took a leaf out of the human's book. I couldn't transform myself easily since I had to put on a front for the angels. But I could make weapons to offset that problem. So this toy in my hand was simply a custom gun I made using my flesh crafting and artificer skills. After all, no one expects something like me to pull a gun on them. Usually this would be a crappy solution to my combat problems, but given the circumstances, the sheer shock factor could give me an advantage. "Any success?" I asked as we headed for the experimentation room. "A serviceable specimen is available, but further improvements are required. The human template lacks power, but its flexibility allows for easy experimentation," Maligaros replied as he continued to scuttle along the ceiling. "I must obtain a tool. I will meet you in the experimentation room." Maligaros said, and I sent a mental confirmation. I continued down the fleshy halls of my little play den towards the room where I kept the test subjects. The death row inmates were getting few and far between. So I had to resort to some other methods. Occasionally some of the death row inmates were women, so what I would do is harvest their eggs before using them in growth acceleration vats. These humans were usually rather imbecilic with stunted IQs and low lifespans. But I just needed them as test subjects, so these were not issues. Although I was thinking of creating a way to just make more humans, it turns out the reproductive cells were rather difficult to get right. The best I managed to do was to create some deformed messes that I swiftly threw into the digestion vats. As to who came up with this idea, it was neither me nor Cecilia. It was Maligaros that came up with this crazy idea. It has worked quite well thus far, certainly better than my previous attempts. It seems my past as a human was limiting my imagination. Well, Maligaros's name doesn't mean malicious hunger for nothing. When I finally arrived at the experimentation room, I saw a woman that was strapped to a table. Or at least what used to be a woman. She was freshly implanted of the latest version of the gene seed. She was just a low-level test, since the gene seed was focused for use on male humans. Maligaros just wanted to test it on a female to see the effects. Although pointless at first glance, I was open to it since part of my ascension project for Cecilia would require a working gene seed. So I decided to kill two birds with one stone with the gene seed construction. One of the requirements for it was that it must turn the target into something that was beautiful to look at. After all, the philosophy behind this project was quite simple: ascension, not corruption. I needed to make this process something to be coveted. If not, how else am I going to get volunteers or even have people covet the opportunity? Thus the woman in front of me now had a head of matted red hair and dull red eyes. Her body, however, was warped from the mutations. One arm was oversized and looked to be rotting off her body. Her legs seemed to have shrunk and her red hair was falling off in clumps. It appears the shock of the transformation has ruined any sense of higher cognitive function. Well, this was not thoroughly unexpected, I said as I gazed at the twitching wreck that was once a human. This one was guilty of infanticide. She had smothered her own baby in its crib. Preliminary examination revealed hormone changes after giving birth caused some sort of depressive disorder. It would be better to put her in some kind of mental institution, if we had one, that is. Cecilia and I never bothered to create one since mental issues can just be fixed by me, and the occasional lunatic was also just an extra test subject. Yes, the gene seed lacks universal compatibility. However, this is a female human, the gender can be determined by the pitch of its cries. Maligaros said as he leaned over the blank face as if confirming its assertion. The latest male test is here, Maligaros said as he turned to face a nearby flesh wall. The wall opened up like a mouth and a large muscular male was revealed. He was strapped to a bed of bone and there were numerous tubes connected to him. His eyes were wild and he would be screaming if not for the gag in his mouth. It wasn't terror in his eyes but rabid aggression. Judging by the fact he was straining against his restraints to the point it was straining his joints, it seems he has lost all reason. Testosterone levels are too high after implantation. Berserking is inevitable. Current implantation results in a decrease of higher cognitive function, Maligaros said as he moved over to the man. Maligaros' chest opened up, revealing a mass of tentacles that shot out and pinned the man to the bed, locking every limb and preventing all movement. Tested with available females, does not seem to correlate with breeding instinct. It appears to just be rabid aggression, Maligaros explained as I continued to examine the frothing man. Have you tried castration? I asked, and Maligaros nodded in assent. Removal of male genital organs proved ineffective. Attempted replacement organs were also ineffective, Maligaros said, and I nodded as I stared at the man. I formed one of my hands into a tentacle. I then stabbed it into the man's belly to take a sample. The tentacle emerged after tearing out a wad of flesh and organs. The wounds were immediately healed thanks to the inbuilt healing mechanism of the bed he was strapped to. I was pleased to see that the man barely registered the pain. This part at least was something I wanted to see. Then perhaps testosterone is not the right hormone, I said as I examined the man. Have you tried DEVOURER? The one found in lizardkin males. I mused and I saw Maligaros paused as if thinking. Yes, then I can work. Lizardkin do not have a different hormone as compared to the draconians. They just have less of it, Maligaros said with a nod. Also, this might help. I said as I reached into my pocket dimension and pulled out a small vial filled with a clear liquid. You might have to analyze this. I said as I floated the vial over to Maligaros. What is this? Maligaros asked as he grasped the vial and gazed at the clear liquid. I have isolated factor H, I said, and I saw Maligaros turn to look at me in shock. The humanoid family of creatures were united by a specific line of code in their essence. It was named Factor H by the Eternal Mother. It was an extremely unstable line of code since it changes constantly. From my memories, every firstborn knew it, but I never got the actual code since none of the firstborn viewed it as particularly important. Due to them downplaying the significance, it never got transferred. After all, I only get the memories that the target views as significant. It wasn't that hard to crack this problem, at least for me. I could tell this was beyond the likes of Maligaros, but it was child's play for me. This line code is bound by a type of frequency that could be used if you had the key. An extremely oversimplified example would be that if the key was +1 +2 +3 +1, then if applied to the base code of 0000 it would result in 1231, while a base code of 1562 would result in 2793. Thus with the key I could reverse engineer the essence by finding the base code. This key kept the humanoids just close enough in terms of traits thanks to this common key, but yet allowed flexibility in traits. So the key made it so that no matter how much the line of code changes, it will still keep an underlying commonality to it. It was an interesting system since it disallowed certain base codes that acted as restrictions. So for example, if the key had a +9 on one digit, then the base code must always be 0. However, the sheer complexity of the codes and the key made it so that only a firstborn or a creature specifically designed for this function can handle it. Attempting to create a humanoid or alter a humanoid genome from scratch without the ability or key would cause catastrophic errors, such as the mess in front of me. I asked Maligaros to do this so that we could gain more insight into the human template, but I knew it would only be complete with this factor H. However, I felt the testosterone hormone was inferior, so I was hoping to find an alternative. Testosterone had a tendency to cause an uncontrollable rage when put in large enough quantities. So an alternative was needed. I zeroed in on the draconian hormone that allowed for a far cooler form of rage. One that was more controllable. Thank you, my king. I should make great progress with this. I assume you will continue the female variant of the gene seed personally? Maligaros asked. Of course, I cannot trust Project Queen to anybody by myself. I said as I turned away from Maligaros. Keep me updated. There is no rush, we have months to perfect it. As far as we are concerned, that is all the time in the world. I said as I headed out of the room, but paused at the door. Do not disappoint me, you have proved useful in repeating what you already know. This will be your true challenge. Let's see if you can tame the legacy of the Watchers. I said, and I sensed the fire of ambition burning in Maligaros's mind. I will do more than tame it, my king. Maligaros said with a bow. I will usurp it. Chapter 142, Hallowed is the House of War. Ariel circled the castle as she examined the going-ons below. The land of the vampires was a desolate landscape. The name given to this cursed land was Nicoronas. The name simply meant the land of the dead. Similar to locations like the Muguma jungle and the Azure Sea, Nicoronas was also the final resting place of a fallen firstborn. The one that fell was known as the Scarlet King. He was cruel and malicious in ways only the firstborn could be. His disciples, the ancient vampires, set about to spread what was in their minds, the great gifts of the Scarlet King. His followers exalted his teachings and put all their efforts into spreading in what their minds was the truest form of spiritual purity. Ariel remembers an old testimony from a captured vampire she read in a book. It was rather disturbing to read, but at the same time it matches quite well how the firstborn ruled the old world. The testimony goes as follows. We must learn what it is to die. To be enslaved, truly and brutally enslaved. Enslaved with no compassion or compunction from our masters. We must learn what it is to be taken to a singular purpose, to a singular will. To truly understand our lack of agency, our lack of control. We must be beholden to will of the ancient. We must accept our place as races of fools. There is only one rule. The rule of the firstborn, the rule of the king. For his glory. For the Scarlet King. That testimony alone shed light on why the vampires lived the way they do. They used their blood magic to enslave, creating an army of mind-controlled slaves. All that fall into their clutches are turned into chattel or worse. In truth, there were only about 10,000 free creatures in the coronas, their servants however counted in the millions. Fortunately for everyone else, most of those millions were just weak cannon fodder made to be thrown haphazardly at the enemy. They were just there to waste stamina, mana and ammunition in preparation for the real combatants to enter the fray. The vampires liked to send legions of weak zombies and skeletons as a vanguard into the lands they invaded. Such a large number of undead also causes the air to fill with tainted ether, which debilitates the living. This makes the invasion easier and it also ruins the land as a side effect. The corruption can be reversed with magic, but it also ensures that it is extremely difficult to retake any lost ground. Ariel scanned the desolate landscape below and it looked like the ground was moving. But it wasn't the soil that was moving, it was bodies covering the land below as far as the eye can see. They were most definitely on the move towards Zarima. It didn't look like a full-blown invasion just yet, but the only reason there would be so many vampiric minions on the move would be that a black crusade was underway. We must report this back to Mistress Uriel, one of her guards said, and Ariel nodded in response. Ariel would have liked to get closer to the castle, but judging by the sheer amount of activity below, that wasn't a wise decision. Ariel wasn't in the mood to try her luck, especially after that little incident with the syndicate. So with that, Ariel turned around and headed for the World Gate. That concludes her mission in Terra. It was a rather uneventful end to the mission, but at least she saw it through to the end. As Ariel flew back towards Zarima, she saw an army gathering near the border. She couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for the poor souls below. It appears war would once again return to the desert. Count Uxtal looked down at the training field below him. Count Uxtal was a 42-year-old Lizmkin with dark blue scales. He was assigned as the commander of Fortress Dagon on the western edge of central Zarima. It was a terrible posting since it boiled down to a glorified suicide mission. His forces were underarmed, undermanned, and overall underprepared to face the wrath of a Black Crusade. His fort was filled with demoralized soldiers. The reason for poor morale was plainly obvious. Their weapons were mostly cheap steel, most of the army was in leather armor rather than plate. They didn't have enough mages and there were not enough backup weapons. The only saving grace from what he could see was the fort itself. It was well constructed from enchanted sandstone and would hold well against the hordes of undead. It was the largest fortress on the western border and it was supposed to serve the linchpin in the western defenses, so it had the capacity to hold an entire army within its walls. Unfortunately, as it stands, there were a lot of empty rooms. Count Uxtal looked down at a particular lizardkin below him. This lizardkin shared his dark blue scales. His name was Scavy and he was Count Uxtal's bastard son. Count Uxtal watched as Scavy grunted as he pushed his blade against the rigid sword of his sergeant. It looked like he was pushing against a brick wall. It's not that surprising considering Scavy was just a common soldier. Yes, he was at least a regular soldier as compared to a conscript, but he didn't have any actual combat experience. The only things he has fought were training partners who had no interest in killing him and training dummies who had no ability to kill him. So the thought of him going off to fight a legion of million undead soldiers was a rather daunting prospect. However, at least he signed up for this. Count Uxtal saw Scavy's blade slip and the next thing he knew, he had been disarmed. The handle slipped from his fingers and the edge of the sergeant's blade appeared at Scavy's throat. You need to do a lot better than that if you want to survive the living dead. His sergeant spat as he lowered his sword and pointed at his sword that was lying in the sand. Sorry, Sergeant. Scavy replied sheepishly as he reached for his sword. Ah, never mind, we'll take a break for now. His sergeant replied with a weary shake of his head. Yes, Sergeant. Scavy replied as he picked up his sword. Count Uxtal sighed as he decided to head down the stairs to the training field. He wished he could have taken better care of this young man, but as a bastard there was little he could do. So all Count Uxtal could do was give him a little help here and there. Scavy, Count Uxtal said, and he saw Scavy turn around in shock before instantly lowering his head in a bow. Raise your head. I told you I don't like the bowing and scraping. Count Uxtal replied. The Count was a strongly built man and even at his age he was still very skilled with a sword. As you wish, my lord. Scavy said as he raised his head. Come, I need a companion for dinner. Count Uxtal said as he turned away and Scavy instinctively followed. In truth, Count Uxtal has been feeling increasingly isolated out here on the border. So he has been seeking his bastard son's companionship more and more. Plus Count Uxtal felt he wouldn't live to see the new year, so he would rather end his life with as little regrets as possible. I saw you fighting, you are improving. Count Uxtal commented as he gracefully walked across the sands of the training field. Count Uxtal looked back over the training field and saw soldiers sparring. All of them doing their best to prepare themselves for what was to come. They had a mere 150,000 soldiers here. The fortress could accommodate almost 500,000. The sergeant is still much better. I wonder if I will ever be as good as him. Scavvy replied humbly. You are pretty good considering your lack of formal training. Your sergeant is a veteran that had faced down the Armazafchund on numerous occasions. Your loss to him is not surprising. Few face the children of the old mother and survive. Count Uxtal said. The Armazafchund. If only we could send them against the vampires. Scavvy muttered in response. Now there's an idea. Count Uxtal replied with a small laugh. Perhaps we could lure them into the Red Sands. Scavvy suggested. That is more a final gambit. That is if the children of the old mother will even be interested in a giant mass of rotting flesh and bone. They might just kill our kin and leave the dead alone. Count Uxtal replied dryly. Count Uxtal sighed as he continued heading towards the command building. He has been racking his mind for a way to see his army through the coming battle. However, the problem was that at the end of the day, they simply did not have the strength to hold this position. His emperor has commanded him to hold this position, so if he retreated he would be branded a traitor. The problem was that he was short a few thousand mages and a hell of a lot of equipment. An extra 100,000 veteran soldiers wouldn't hurt either. You know, Scavvy, I could get you posted somewhere else. No sense in you dying here along with me. Count Uxtal said as they slowly began to ascend the stairs to his personal room. Thank you for the offer, but I signed up for this. Besides, if the Black Crusade rolls over Zarma, where would I run exactly? Scavvy replied with a chuckle. Perhaps to the east. Maybe the Averlanian Empire would take you. I am sure that's how it is going to play out. All the refugees need to go somewhere. Count Uxtal said. With a sigh. I would rather die among the golden sands of my home fighting for my kin. It's better than fighting and dying in a foreign land for a foreign empress. Scavvy replied calmly. Our lands do not deserve you, Scavvy. If only we treated the youth of this generation better. Count Uxtal said with a sigh as his mind wandered to the corruption of the courts. That was part of the reason he decided to take this faraway post. Count Uxtal could think of no worse fate than hiding in that cesspit while his home was swallowed by the dead. Finally, the two of them arrived at his private room. Count Uxtal opened the door to see a figure facing the window. The figure was a female lizardkin and she was dressed in ornate gold armor. She was wearing some of the finest war gear Count Uxtal had ever seen. He could see a pair of ornate rapiers at her waist and he saw the large pink fins on the side of her head. Count Uxtal, a pleasure. The pink-scaled lizardkin said as she turned around, revealing a pair of eyes the shade of sterling silver. Who are you? Count Uxtal asked as he approached. He could sense her power. Though she was most likely an intruder, Count Uxtal knew if she wanted him dead there was little he could do to stop it. Having been a soldier, he knew how to gauge an opponent's power, and this woman was far beyond anything he has ever encountered. Have you noticed that this building was rather empty? The mysterious woman said offhandedly as she leaned against the wall and stared at him. We are undermanned. I instructed the servants to dispense with the needless grandeur. After all, we are all dead men, noble or beggar, we all die the same. Count Uxtal replied calmly as he shifted his gaze to the table before him that was plated with some rather simple offerings of food. Rather simple fare for a commander. The woman mused as she gazed at the 4 plates of food. 4 is the minimum by protocol, so I had 1 plate filled with plain bread. Count Uxtal said as he approached the woman. May I know who you are? It is poor manners for us to speak any further without any proper introductions. Count Uxtal said as he stopped in front of the pink-scaled lizardkin. He knew she had somehow ensured no one would be nearby to eavesdrop. But still, knowing the manpower shortage, Count Uxtal imagines that it shouldn't be that hard to arrange such an outcome. House? The woman asked. I thought you would know what house I am from, considering you are the one that sought me out. Count Uxtal said. I do not care about your blood house, I care only about the one that matters. The woman replied as she narrowed her eyes. Ah, I see you follow the old ways. Forgive me, few follow the old ways in recent years. Count Uxtuel said as he placed his hand over his heart. Glory to the House of War. Count Uxtuel said, and in response the woman smiled. Hallowed are its halls. The woman replied as she held her hand over her heart. Good, you will do. The woman said as she reached into her pocket and held out a medallion. Count Uxtuel froze the moment he saw that medallion. Any lizardkin would know that medallion. Long ago there was an order of knights that served the goddess Mihaila. This was their symbol. Legend said that back then even the emperor of Zaramo would have to give respect and consideration to the knights of the goddess of war. It's for you. The woman said as she offered him the medallion. Is this truly all right? My companion. Count Uxtuel began but stopped once he turned around to see Scavy frozen in place like a statue. A simple spell, the less your son knows the better. The woman said. You know? Count Uxtuel asked, taken aback. I know more than you could possibly imagine. The woman said as she put the medallion into his hand. You who was sent to die, do you have the strength to live? The woman asked, her silver gaze threatening to pierce right through him. What do you want? Count Uxtuel asked as he narrowed his eyes. Something was very wrong, but given the current situation it could hardly get much worse, all things considered. The only reason there hasn't been outright rebellion was that even a successful rebellion would just waste precious resources they do not have. The old legends say the goddess of war will return to the Golden Sands when the hour is darkest. The woman said as she took a step back after handing him the medallion. Now return she has, and once again the goddess has need of the loyal and virtuous to stand with her against the coming darkness. This land is corrupt and the rot must be scoured from its festering flesh. The woman said. And you require me to be part of this? You speak of rebellion. Count Uxtuel said. Although he held no love for the crown, he needed to be sure that this woman truly held the key to salvation. Look to the medallion, it will tell you when and where we will meet again. Your 4 fellows already have their own medallions. You all have a choice, you can all continue to serve the emperor with no empire and die a dog's death. Or you can stand with Zarama and remind the world of the jewel of the Golden Sands. We bear the blood of the dragons, we will not go quietly into the dark. The woman said as she took another step back into the shadow, and Count Uxtuel saw her form start to shimmer. Glory to the House of War. Hallowed are its halls. Chapter 143, Prelude to the Crusade. Count Uxtuel sat at his desk as he gazed at the medallion in his hand. He ran his thumb over the bronze metallic surface and looked at the draconic visage of the goddess of war stamped on the coin. Zaraman deities were quite different from the gods of the other races. It is tradition that only those that have created a powerful house may be granted the title of deity. In Zarama each person had a spiritual house and a blood house. For Count Uxtuel his blood house would be House Uxtuel, but his spiritual house would be the House of War. There were many of these spiritual houses. There was the House of Law, House of Healing, House of Shadows, House of Gold, House of Sands, and the most prominent of them all the House of War. Children are born into the houses, but they can change their spiritual house if they commit themselves to a trial. The House of War, however, was different. Children who are born to the House of War must go through a trial regardless if they were born to the house. The House of War does not accept weaklings, and all within the house must be capable warriors or tacticians. It is for that reason that the House of War is the most respected house in Zarama, and the priests of the House of War have great sway in the desert. The current emperor of Verakrama was not even part of the House of War, he failed the trials, and so now he was part of the House of Law. This fact has brought no shortage of problems to his rule. These problems were greatly contributed by the actions and stance of the 4 great noble houses, of which Count Uxtuel was one of them. Though he was only a count, he possessed a considerable private army with highly skilled soldiers. Count Uxtuel knew the emperor would like nothing more than to defang the 4 great noble houses. However, tradition demanded that members of the House of War were permitted private armies. Furthermore, with the emperor failing the trials for the House of War, his relationship was always shaky with the national army. The entire leadership within the army were members of the House of War. Needless to say, they chafed under the orders from what in their minds was a pencil pusher of the House of Law. But now with this, Count Uxtuel flipped the medallion and it showed the emblem of the goddess Mihaila's chosen weapons. On the metal surface was stamped the shape of 2 rapiers crossed over a large black sword. These were her chosen arms, the weapons by which she struck down her foes. Her edge finds throats and her blade cleaved bone. Even the mighty dragons fell before the might of the goddess of war. Her twin rapiers showed her precision and discipline as a warrior. Though she was mighty in strength, she still favored weapons that required hawkish precision. Her strikes were true and her targets will find cold steel buried in their throats. As for the sword, it is said she only unsheathes that blade for a truly heinous foe. It was a gift from her master. The blade was legendary. It had many names: God Killer, Sunstriker, the One Blade, and to the Zaramans it was named the Zlasman Severby, which translated to the Sword of War. A blade once wielded by the legendary Blade himself, the old master of the goddess Mahila. A weapon with a twin known as the Yatrsaxtabai, the Axe of Peace. It is said the goddess uses the fighting style of her old master when she draws his old blade, showing the world a glimpse of the blade's past power. Legend has it that the blade uses a sword as a handicap. For you see, the sword is named after war, implying a struggle. But the axe is where the blade no longer wishes to play games, so he drops the axe and draws the Axe of Peace, for peace is what the axe will bring. After all, peace comes after the war is won. But regardless of old legends, Count Uxtual suspected the House of War has decided to no longer suffer the rule of a weak emperor. Count Uxtual would bet his right hand his 3 other compatriots in the 4 great nobles now have a medallion just like this in their possession. Well, no matter, if the House of War wills it, then it shall be done. If anything can save Zarama, it is the House of War. Emperors bend to the adherents of the goddess of war Mahila. If the warrior priests decide to join the fray, the forces of Zarama will find themselves greatly bolstered. This must be why the warrior priests never declared support until now. They simply have no intention of fighting under that mewling weakling they call an emperor. If that was the case, then the coup would be mostly bloodless. The emperor will lose his throne and the House of War will take control of Zarama. Glory to the House of War. Hallowed are its halls. Arya sat by the fire as he poked the flame. Embers and sparks danced from the crackling flame. It was night and Arya's was trying his best to keep the fire alive as he waited for dinner. Once again he found himself in armor and a sword at his waist. He didn't want to march to war again. The last time he was on the battlefield, it wasn't exactly that pleasant. He watched monsters slaughter everyone he knew in the army. In the end he found out everyone in his squad died and he was left with the grim duty of sending letters to families of the deceased. Arya's thought the worst part would be the tears from the families, but the worst was actually what happened when he reached the door of his senior's daughter. His senior Conti was a crude man that partially resembled a common bandit, but Arya's felt deep down he was a good man. Long story short, when he showed up at his daughter's door, she gave him a dirty look, snatched the letter out of his hand, gave it a quick look and then tore it up before slamming the door in his face. To say that really stung would be an understatement, but regardless, all he could do was leave. He even picked up the shredded remains of the letter. He couldn't just leave the letter to drift away in the wind. Arya's knew that little gesture meant nothing, but at least to him it felt important to keep the letter. He still doesn't know what to do with it, so the pieces of the letter are in his drawer back home. As to why he was even here in an army camp in the first place. Looks like we are resting another week or so. A familiar feminine voice said from behind him. Arya's turned to see his wife smiling at him as she sat down next to him on the log he was using as a seat. They were currently just outside the border of Vororia. Apparently the final diplomatic talks were underway before the Averlanian Empire launched their invasion. If the talks failed, they would be marching right over the border and conquering the whole place. Arya signed up because his wife Junie was still part of the church and she was assigned to the army. Arya's couldn't just let her go off by herself, so he ended up signing up as well. But he couldn't help but feel mixed feelings about this whole situation. The last time he was in an army was an invasion force, and this time he was back to being the invader. However, at least this time they were invading Vororia to make sure they didn't get wiped out by the Black Crusade. Well, diplomacy does take a while, Junie said as she leaned against Arias's shoulder. Hopefully all this talking means we don't actually have to invade. I'm sick of being the invader, Arya's muttered in response. Yeah. Personally, I'm more tired of fighting monsters. Almost makes me wish for a normal war, Junie said softly with a sigh. If the only thing we end up facing are the vampires, then the only thing they two of us have ever faced would be monsters. Maybe we should sign up for the Beast Corps. They like taking ex-adventurers, right? Arya said with a small chuckle. Well, we would certainly have the experience. Junie replied with a small laugh of her own. Come on you two, you are making me miss my wife. A gruff voice said from the opposite side of the fire. Arias looked up to see the brown-bearded and grizzled face of his new friend Dwangrim Fireforge. He was a runesmith tasked to the army's artillery brigade. Sorry Dwangrim. Junie replied with a small bashful smile as she sat back up to get off Arias's shoulder. So have you gotten used to the outside world yet? Arias said as he looked up at Dwangrim, who just grimaced as he looked up at the moon. Nah, not having a ceiling over my head just feels wrong. Dwangrim replied gruffly. Feel like a moon gazer. I mean, you are literally looking at the moon right now. Arias asked with mirth in his voice. For his words he got rewarded by Junie's elbow being jabbed into his ribs. Yeah, no idea why those nuts like the outdoors so much. Can't wait for this war to end and I can go back underground. Dwangrim muttered in response. Did you just have no idea what it was like outside? Junie asked. I had an idea, I just couldn't pass up the opportunity to see my beautiful artillery pieces in action. My family have been working those ballista for 6 generations. How can I pass up the chance to see them used in open battle? Dwangrim said as he pointed a stubby finger at Arias. You dwarves are weird. Another voice said from the side. Arias turned to see a man wearing the ranger armor of the Beast Corps. The Beast Corps was the military unit made from the remains of the Adventurer Guild, and they specialized in fighting side by side with the Hives. The man who spoke was named Varon Grit, a commoner by birth that eventually became a silver ranker adventurer. Right now he was serving as a mounted ranger in the Beast Corps. The company around the campfire was colorful to say the least. This was mostly due to the months-long wait. When an entire army was just camped on the border, people tended to talk to each other. Especially with an army as diverse as this. There were your average human soldiers, knights from both Valoria and Elysia, including the ancient knight orders of Valoria, dwarves, ex-adventurers that became the Beast Corps, mage academics, the wardens, the knight enchanters, and the priesthood. All of this formed an extremely flexible, powerful, and most of all effective army. Many are saying this was probably the most powerful humanoid army on the continent right now, and Arias was inclined to agree. Then you had to add in the 6 hive broods that are nesting under their feet. The 6 included the infamous Hive Brood Prime led by one of the Great Beast's top lieutenants, the Brood Mother Naphis. Hive Brood Prime was the brood that broke the Tralis military in a single battle. With most of the army killed and the rest captured, Hive Brood Prime essentially deleted most of the Tralis military in under an hour. The soldiers have started calling the Hive Broods the White Terror below. The broods of the Great Beasts were legendary in reputation. This wasn't surprising considering there were many in this army that have faced the Hives in direct combat. Most of their experiences were quite similar. They tried to fight, then they tried to flee, then they surrendered. Many described it to be like fighting a force of nature, like trying to fight a typhoon or flood with swords and spears. Then, as if reality knew what had crossed Arias's mind, he felt the ground begin to shake. Arias looked around in fear and he saw the people around him were split into 2 groups. Those who looked around in concern and those who looked around in fear. This was a rather easy way to tell who has faced the Hives in direct combat. Arias then heard a rumbling crash from behind him in the distance. He turned to see a large white worm emerge from the ground. The worm looked like it was big enough to wrap itself around a castle spire and crush it. Even from here and at night, Arias could see the telltale symbol of Hive Brood Prime plastered on the side of the worm. The worm let out a roar, then it opened its maw as wide it could and faced it to the sky. Then a swarm of flying beasts emerged from its maw and flew into the sky. Arias looked on mute fascination as the creatures all began flying away in the direction of Zarama. What the hell are they doing? Dwangrim said as he watched the worm give a final roar before burrowing itself back into the ground. No idea, but look at that. Varon the ranger said as he pointed off into the distance. Arias looked in the direction and he saw a glow in the distant skies. He looked around and saw other soldiers had noticed as well, and many were pointing at the rapidly approaching glow. As it got closer, Arias felt his blood go cold when he realized what he was looking at. He felt Junie grab his arm in fear as they watched it approach. Arias saw the golden feathered frame of the great beast hurtle through the sky at speeds he thought impossible for a body so large. The great beast was flanked by the white phoenix Azatharine and 2 other blue fire phoenixes. Arias could only watch in mute fear as the 4 tore across the skies above their heads. As the phoenixes went over the camp, night became day as the glowing bodies bathed those below in heat. Many shouted in fear as the scorching heat washed over the camp. Then in a moment it was over and all Orissa could see was the glowing forms of these ancient creatures disappearing into the distance. In moments like these it really made Arya's realize how insignificant he was. With just their simple passage over this so-called strongest army, these creatures managed to strike fear into every soldier in the camp. It felt like a star was passing overhead, and that was just the phoenixes. Those phoenixes answered to a greater power, the great beast. Arya's couldn't help but wonder what could have made these great creatures bow. The phoenixes were worshipped by the Elysians, and now the phoenixes bowed like common servants. Terrifying, isn't it? A grim voice said from behind him. Arya's turned and nearly jumped out of his skin when he realized he was standing next to Grand General Montes. He didn't even hear him approach. Apologies, I may be a general, but I do know how to fight. Because of that I tend to unintentionally sneak up on people, General Montes said with a small smile. It's fine. Arya's replied as he gave Montes a hasty salute. At ease. It is good to see you alive and well, General Montes said with a nod, referencing how he ordered Arya's into the prince's tent at the end of that fateful first battle with the hive. Thank you for our kindness back then, Junie said as she approached and gave Montes a small bow. Montes for his part returned the bow as per social etiquette towards a member of the priesthood. May I join you? I have yet to take my dinner, General Montes said, and Arya's did a double take at those words. The Grand General wanted to eat with him? Here. We ain't got much good food here, General, Dwangrim said in his typical no-nonsense tone, and Arya's internally winced at those words. The food you receive is actually quite good as compared to some of the other campaigns I have been on. I think I will manage, General Montes replied with a laugh. Arya's could only watch as Junie welcomed the Grand General to sit down, and it was then that he noticed the general didn't have a single guard with him. Which means he was just walking around the camp alone. Wouldn't that be a security issue? General, may I ask, what are you doing here alone? Arya's asked as he sat down next to Junie. I like to walk the camp every now and then, especially when I have much to think about, Montes said. Much to think about? Arya's asked as he tilted his head. This war will end with us swallowing the West into the Empire. I suspect I may become the Grand General of the East soon, Montes replied. What do you mean? Arya's began, but he was interrupted by the sounds of a cart behind him. Arya's turned his head to see the dinner cart arriving. Good evening, General. Would you like an officer's wine as usual? The server said, and Montes just calmly nodded. The meals in the army were served in carts that would give the designated rations to the appropriate ranked personnel. Arya's took his food and took the standard cup of ale. He watched as Junie took the full ration as well, including the ale. It was always a strange sight to see Junie, a priestess, being handed a mug of alcohol. It was for a good reason, however. You see, Arya's didn't like ale much either, and normally he wouldn't take the ale ration. Arya's handed his cup to Dwangrim, and Junie did the same. Arya's couldn't help but smile as he saw Dwangrim sit happily with his food and 3 cups of ale next to him. You know, General, you run a good show. I never thought I would get booze out here, Dwangrim said before taking a deep drink from his mug. The food is better than I thought too, Arya's admitted as he thought back to his meals back in the Trallis army. He looked down at his plate to see an apple, bread, a bowl of hearty stew, cheese, and some boiled vegetables. An army marches on its stomach, and supply lines are easy to manage at this location, Montes said as he took a bite of his apple. Arya's new high-ranking officers could get served in their tents, and they got special meals. So it was surprising that the Grand General would decide to just eat the normal ration. Is the food that is supposed to be served for you going to be wasted? Junie asked. No, my attendants know to just give it to the other soldiers if I can't make it for the meal. You miss a lot of meals when you command an army, Montes replied with a calm shake of his head. So why did you decide to eat with us, General? Dwangrim asked as he put down his empty mug. Arya's internally winced at those words, right to the point as usual. The directness of the dwarves is refreshing. It is a welcome departure from the veiled words of the courts, Montes replied as he poured himself a glass of wine before handing it to Dwangrim. Thanks, but you still haven't answered my question, Dwangrim said after taking the glass of wine. The truth is actually very simple. I would like to know the state of my army before I march. Montes said, and everyone sitting around the fire stiffened. So we are marching soon? Arias asked as he felt the familiar trill of anxiety go up his spine. Soon, I am still waiting for another Foci rifle regiment to arrive. After that we march for Vororia. Montes replied as he finished pouring himself a glass of wine. Will there be a battle for Vororia? Junie asked softly. Doubt so. If the Empress was not confident in taking Vororia peacefully, we would already be marching over the border. Her spies and informants are everywhere, she knows she can talk them down. Montes replied before taking a sip of wine. The real question is if we will fight the Lizarkan. Montes said as he swirled the blood-red wine in the glass. Surely the Lizarkan won't just submit. I thought we were going to dig in around Vororia and wait for the vampires to hit us. Varone said as he locked eyes with Montes. Spoken like a veteran. That is what would normally happen, but these are not normal times. Montes said. What do you mean? Arias asked. Strategically speaking, it makes little sense to fight the Lizarkan. Zarama would be too difficult to control even if we conquered it, and we would spend too much resources in the conquest. Furthermore, with a Black Crusade on the way, it would be best for the Lizardkin to bleed the vampires and weaken them. The children of Zarama are adepts of fire magic which are extremely effective against the undead. Though they will lose, they will exact a terrible toll on the vampires. Montes said, and Arias noted everyone was listening to General with rapt attention. However, an untainted and whole Zarama would be easier to maintain supply lines. Montes said, and Arias saw Varone sit up in surprise. Wait, you aren't saying? Varone began, his eyes wide. Yes, we are not just going to defend, we are not going to just repel the Black Crusade. It is best for all of you to know this now. If I told you this earlier when all of you are stuck waiting, it would only breed paranoia. But with the march almost upon us, it is time for all of you to steel yourselves. Montes said with a weary sigh. The Empress and the Great Beast are greedy. With the blessing of the angels to address the Black Crusade however they see fit, they now have the opening to begin their own crusade. In a single stroke the Empress will take it all, the remaining Volurian states, Zarama and even Nicoronas. The Averlanian Empire will soon almost double in territory. Montes said, and for the first time Arias saw Varone at a loss of words. Arias's mind wandered to the map. If the Averlanian Empire devours Zarama and Nicoronas, they would share a border with elves in the Wood of Ancients, the Terran demons of Umbra and the Naga which now controlled the Ostaean woods. This is going to be the final Black Crusade. Arias muttered and Montes nodded in response. In a single stroke the Empress and the Great Beast will create an empire larger than any in history. They will control Elysia, Old Voloria, Zarama and Nicoronas. They will control half of the continent. General Montes said. We now fly the banner of a white phoenix. The Great Beast's hives are white. Sometimes I wonder if all of this is poetically planned. General Montes began. We are not repelling a Black Crusade. We are about to wage a White Crusade. Chapter 144, Return of the Goddess. Count Uxtual walked along the fine stone path as he marveled at fine construction of the buildings around him. He was at the House of War, the foremost temple dedicated to the goddess Mahila. He looked up at the towering structure that was built right into the side of a large hill that was just short of being large enough to be considered a mountain. The structure was high up on the hill and it towered almost 20 meters into the sky with winding pillars carved into statues of the Draconian knights. The statues showed the physique of the Draconians, far superior to the Lizardkin at a simple glance. In the back of Count Uxtual's mind he couldn't help but feel the representations of the Draconians were heavily embellished. Just by looking at the statues and seeing the Draconian frame he couldn't help but feel that the Lizardkin looked malnourished and anemic in comparison. The Lizardkin were rather thin relative to their height, the males were shorter but more bulky while the females were taller but more slender. The Draconians on the other hand were said to be about 3 meters tall with monstrous strength. They were far more muscular and had draconic wings giving them the gift of flight. Like the Lizardkin, the Draconian males were broader but shorter while the females were taller but thinner. However, the stories say even a Draconian female had the strength of 10 Lizardkin. For instance, one particular legend spoke of how the goddess Mahila kicked a dragon into the side of the mountain with enough force to break one of its wings. But then again, this was a story about a goddess, and females of both the Lizardkin and the Draconians could deliver stronger kicks as compared to the males. Some scholars say it's because in ancient times females often had to run with their eggs in their arms while the males held off whatever danger there was. This resulted in a more slender frame that was more suited to running, which by extension resulted in more powerful legs. This simple genetic trait often meant that Zariman armies often used women as scouts and runners. There was even a famous sect of rogues and guerrilla warfare specialists from the House of Shadows that was made entirely of female Lichen. Count Uxtual marveled at this little oasis town and noted how this place was more well maintained than the royal palace. But to be fair, those that maintain this place basically work for free. Many pilgrims come to this place to offer their services. It was believed that service to the House of War would make their children grow up strong and capable. Thus many commoners from all trades come here to work for a year or two in the hopes of the goddess Mahala's blessing. As he looked around, he saw pilgrims diligently scrubbing the stones and cleaning the streets, all in an effort to make this place look as beautiful as possible. Count Uxtual couldn't help but nod in approval at the devotion on display. The goddess Mahala freed them from the hands of a tyrant emperor. She was Zarima's first empress, and even till today her court traditions held influence. The duels of honor, the concepts of chivalry and noble obligations to the common people. All of these were products of her court. Her rule lasted 1,000 years, and it was truly a golden age. Until one day she disappeared with nothing but a letter dictating her successor and the promise that she would return when Zarima needed her most. No one knew why she left, but everyone believed it was for a good reason. An empress like her would not just abandon her post for some arbitrary reason. So the story said the court merely knelt before the letter and promised to watch over her domain until the day of her return. And how spectacularly have her subjects failed. A fragmented empire. Tyrants rule. The current emperor has 36 bastard children, and he even bedded his own daughter at one point. 2 of his goddess-be-damned bastards were birthed by that very same daughter. His concubines line his throne room, and he would even take them on the very throne the goddess once sat. It disgusted Count Uxtual to no end. Several times when he was in the emperor's presence he contemplated removing that imbecile's head. A fool raised by a corrupt queen regent, a glorified puppet that only gained the throne because his mother's enemies poisoned her one day. He didn't even have the strength to win his own fucking throne. Then he was spurned by the House of War for being a weakling, and rightly so. To accept that wretch into the goddess's house would bring shame upon all of her adherents. Only the thought of how a rebellion would only fracture his home further stayed his blade. If he could, he would kill that fool in an instant. As the goddess once said, a fool and his head are easily parted. But as it stands now, it seems that day will be coming soon. Count Uxtual looked ahead at the temple and saw the red-robed priests lining the top of the sacred steps. It was a long way up, 1,643 steps. That was the number of battles the goddess Mahala has won consecutively. She only finally lost because her master the Blade came to visit one day and challenged her to spar. The stories say she was actually happy to lose. They say she felt it was refreshing to fight an opponent like that again. It was a long way up, but if one couldn't even make it up these stairs, they had no business entering her sacred temple. The priests, clad in their red robes lined with pink sashes, descended the steps and ascended them again every morning. Only after they completed the climb were they permitted to eat and drink that day. Count Uxtual lived this life for a time. He once lived here to train in his youth. The warrior priests were merciless, as they should be. Nobles had died in the temple from the training. Death through training was considered an honorable thing, for the nobles could leave at any time. To stay and persevere to the point of death showed a strength of character, and the dead would posthumously be granted entry into the House of War. Count Uxtual, though was quite a bit older as compared to the last time he was here, still ascended the steps quickly. His feet pushed off each stone step as he climbed towards the temple. He felt like he was back to being an adolescent, him climbing the steps under the watchful eye of his mentor. No magic, no enhancement spells, no enchanted equipment, just the strength of your body and your strength of mind. He had left his enchanted equipment with his attendants since he knew he would be climbing these sacred steps. The climb took almost 30 minutes at a brisk pace, but he arrived at the peak even if he was slightly breathless. He turned his head to his right and saw a trainee with his master just completing their climb with buckets of water slung over their backs. Count Uxtual couldn't help but smile and reminisce about the time when he was doing the same. Trainees were tasked with their mentors to go to the base of the hill to retrieve water for the temple. Since water was precious, if a single drop was spilt, then both would turn around and head back to the river to top up the bucket. The river funnily enough ran from the top of the hill, but no one at the temple was permitted to draw water from top. This was in homage to an old story about the goddess. The goddess told many stories to her court. She said whenever she felt shame after a defeat against her master would take her for a run around a mountain. Her master told her that shame was like a specter that would follow you. So he made her run until even her shame could not keep up. This constant circuit around the mountain eventually carved a trench into the land. This trench over the Milania became a river, and it was still a popular pilgrimage spot for Zaramans. It was named the River of Conquered Shame, and pilgrims would attempt the run along the river. No one has completed the circuit in the last 5,000 years. It was said that the goddess's master would accompany her on each trial, for that was what a mentor should do. Never ask your pupil to do something you wouldn't do yourself. In the current day, the temple mimics this by making the trainees fetch water from the base of the hill, and their mentor would follow them on the journey while carrying more water than their student. After all, like the blade, a mentor and a leader must lead by example. The first one up the mountain and the last one off it. Yet here Count Uxtual was to meet the goddess to supposedly correct the failures of the Zarama of today. If the goddess Mihaila had truly returned, he didn't know how he would face her. The world has grown too soft. The security brought by heaven's great order means the rulers barely have to try. Count Uxtual could see it everywhere. In his home, in the human nations to the east, the rulers become more incompetent with each passing generation. The only competent leaders are the ones below, trying to keep it all together to make up for the inadequacies of their disgraceful rulers. So rebellions occurred, and once powerful nations fragmented into tiny bickering states that slowly go downhill as well, and then they fragment again. They become smaller, weaker, and more pathetic. How could someone describe this as anything but pathetic? Greetings, Count Uxtual, broody as ever I see. A familiar voice said, and Count Uxtual raised his head to see his old friend Duke Pharixus. He was a purple-scaled lizardkin with a well-built body. His mother was one of the rare few that had pink scales similar to the goddess, which combined with his father's blue scales led to the purple-hued scales. Some say that the pink-scaled lizardkin bore the blood of the goddess within them, but Count Uxtual felt that was unlikely. Most of them were rather incompetent, since they were so desirable they rarely had to work for anything in their lives. A prime example was the emperor's harem. His concubines all had pink scales and silver eyes, but none had the right luster in their scales or eyes. The legends say the goddess Mihaila had pink scales that glittered like jewels, and her eyes shone like the finest silverware. That woman that was in his office, her scales and eyes would match that description. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but wonder if perhaps she was an actual descendant of the goddess. What do you make of all of this? It would be a miracle if my suspicions are true. Count Uxtual replied, and Duke Pharixus nodded. If there was ever a time that qualified for when Zarama needs her most, this would certainly be the time. We cannot withstand the Black Crusade as things stand. Not while that wretch in the capital continued to try to drink and fuck his way into an early grave. Duke Pharixus said as he snarled. Agreed. Another voice said, and Count Uxtual turned to see Count Scaled with his usual grim expression. If only he was a better drinker, or does better in bed, we might already be free of him. Count Scaled said. We are not so lucky. Zarama has not been lucky for the past few thousand years. The last voice said, and Count Uxtual looked behind Count Scaled to see Marquis Varax. Our fortunes are changing, my lord. Count Uxtual turned to see a priestess approach. He could see her yellow scales beneath her robe, and he saw the ornamentation on her robe that denoted her as a priestess of the archbishop rank. My lady. Count Uxtual said as he bowed with a hand over his heart, and he sensed his compatriots do the same. The archbishop did the same as a show or respect. Come, there is someone you must meet. The archbishop said as she turned without another word. Count Uxtual couldn't help but smile slightly at how little was said. It seems the priesthood of the House of War was as soft-spoken as ever. Good, this is how it should be. Deeds, not words, that was the way of the House of War. As Count Uxtual took in the familiar sight of the interior of the temple, he couldn't help but feel a well of emotion. He was so grateful that at least here the honor and virtue of the goddess endures. Everywhere he looked, he saw the steely gaze of men and women with purpose and the determination to see that purpose through. He didn't see weaklings that expected their successes handed to them on the plate. Like that emperor, for example. How he detested him, but no matter. His disgust was not a new thing, this had been going on for years. But perhaps the end was in sight. Count Uxtual saw a massive door carved with the imagery of the Knight Order that personally served the goddess. The Knights of Draconia, it was said only the worthy were allowed deeper into the temple. For the temple was enchanted and it would recognize a member of the order, only allowing the worthy to enter the inner sanctums. Count Uxtual watched as the massive doors opened, revealing something that made his knees go weak. He knew what this area was. This door revealed nothing but an entryway to the inner sanctum of the temple. In front of him he saw a pink-scaled draconian towering over the other warrior priests. Until now he never fully appreciated how large draconians were. Now here he was looking at one, and this one was broader than 2 male lizardmen combined. Towering more than 3 meters tall, with arms that could crush granite. Most mesmerizing of all was the large wings that looked like it could sweep everyone in the room off their feet with a single flap. The draconian turned around and he saw the draconic face, 2 large fins and shining sterling silver eyes. The draconian just stood there sizing them up, and Count Uxtual could feel the pressure as she gazed at them. "Do you know who I am?" the draconian asked. Although her frame was large, her voice was surprisingly high in pitch. It was regal and feminine. Count Uxtual expected a low voice that would put many men to shame. "I have my suspicions, but I fear to hope," Count Uxtual replied, his mouth dry. "Given the state of our home, I suppose that is reasonable. But perhaps this will give you a reason to hope," the draconian said as she turned to the sealed door. In front of the sealed door was a sword. It was supposedly a one-handed ceremonial sword with a handle and hilt made of gold with rubies as decoration. But it was sized for a draconian, and given how much of the old technologies were lost, this would not be considered a one-handed ceremonial blade for a lizardkin. In fact, it would be closer to a 2-handed greatsword that was used by royals. Count Uxtual remembers staring at that blade in wonder in his youth. It was a relic from a time long lost. It was from the age of the ancients. The stories were of a golden age, where glory covered their home. But now all the children of the desert could do was watch impotently as the past glory slowly slipped through their fingers like grains of sand. To Count Uxtual, that sword was a key to a path back to that golden age. Many feel as he does. Many have tried to wrest the blade from its pedestal, hoping that by pulling the sword from the pedestal it would somehow unlock the path to a new golden age. As Count Uxtual watched her grasp the sword, he couldn't help but hold his breath. Then, to his surprise, she gave it a twist and then pushed it deeper into the pedestal. Instantly the entire room lit up with glowing blue runes. Count Uxtual watched as the great door opened, revealing a massive hallway flanked by torches in the shape of a dragon's head. Bright orange flames appeared in the mouths of the statues, lighting the way. Then Count Uxtual looked up to see the large dragon statue above the door seemingly come to life. The dragon looked down and stared right at the draconian, and then it bowed. For the rest of Count Uxtual's life he will never forget what that statue said. He knows what it means. Only one has ever held that rank in the Draconian Knights. Greetings, Knight Commander. Welcome home. Chapter 145, Lady of Zarama. Count Uxtual followed the mysterious pink-scaled draconian further deeper into the inner sanctum. The walls looked new, as if the construction was just completed yesterday. Count Uxtual was sure the glowing runes that covered the walls were part of the reason why this place was so well preserved. It was strange, this place almost felt like it was frozen in time. There was no dust, no signs of deterioration. It was almost as if Count Uxtual has just stepped through a portal and was back in the age of the Draconians. Count Uxtual continued to follow her through the winding hallways until they finally arrived at a massive circular room. Count Uxtual felt an instinctive thrill of fear at what he saw. The audible gulps and gasps from his fellow told him that he wasn't the only one shocked by what lay within. The center of the room was a ring of large chairs. The chairs were occupied by stone statues. At the seat of honor was a particularly ornate and large chair that seemed closer to a throne. On that throne sat a statue that looked almost identical to the pink-scaled draconian. However, that was not what frightened Count Uxtual. The room was massive in construction with a circular design. The ceiling was an expansive dome with numerous glowing runes inlaid. Due to its height and lack of lighting, when Count Uxtual looked up, it almost looked like stars in the night sky. Although at first glance it looked like the ring of chairs was the main focus of the room, it was really not the case, or perhaps it was, and Count Uxtual felt the larger meaning was lost on him. Around the edges of the room were massive statues depicting monsters that would only exist in legends. Or perhaps nightmares. Terrifying, aren't they? The Draconian asked. Yes. Count Uxtual said breathlessly as he looked at all the towering statues that seemed to be leering at the circle of chairs. They were once our masters. They once ruled the world, all of it. From the golden sands to the edge of the world. From your home to the world beyond ours. They are the Devourers, the firstborn, and we knew them as the old gods. The Draconian said as she looked up at one of the statues. Have a look around, I have time. The Draconian said as she approached the seat of honor. Count Uxtual watched as the statue of her vanished into motes of light and she took a seat. He knew in his heart she was the goddess Mihaela, but for some reason he needed her to confirm it for herself. A part of Count Uxtual felt he should just ignore the statues and go to the goddess. However, another part of him couldn't help but hold a kind of morbid curiosity. These statues were probably carved when the old gods still lived. These were probably about as accurate as they were going to get. Everyone knows the old gods, the sheer terror they inspired. Their legacies are carved into the very landscapes. The legend goes that Zarama was once a verdant forest, but an old god casted some kind of spell that turned the entire area into a desert. Succumbing to his curiosity, he approached the nearest statue. It was the size of a small building and it showed a four-winged phoenix-like creature whose head looked more like a snake than a bird. The stone showed its blazing body. The pedestal was even carved to look like it was melting from the heat. Below the statue was a gold plaque written in the old tongue of Dracovis. Count Uxtual was not able to speak Dracovis fluently, but he could read it to a decent extent. On the plaque lay the old name given to this particular old god, Akasha Neraf, meaning Lady of the Black Sun. Count Uxtual knew this one. She had many names. Breaker of Day, the Final Eclipse, the Black Fire God, and many others. Below the name were a few more words, and Count Uxtual couldn't help but feel unease at the words. The dark fire will consume every life condemned to doom. Then Count Uxtual moved to the next statue and he recognized this one as the Eternal Mother. Her insectoid form was held aloft by a legion of her numberless children. In one of her hands she has crushed one of her own eggs, showing the callous disregard she has towards life. To her, life was a tool, nothing more than a resource to be consumed and expended as needed. They say she once washed over Zarama in a tide of purple death. As expected, her name was simple, labeled the Eternal Mother. Below her name these words were laid. All life is a tool. A resource to be consumed. Count Uxtual moved on to the next one and saw this time it was this bat-like creature with 8 eyes. Its gaping maw looked like it belonged on a leech or a lamprey. On close inspection he saw the bat wings actually had feathers closer to the edge of the wings. Then he saw feathers were embedded in the pedestal below like daggers. Then he realized these feathers were not there purely for flight, they also acted as weapons. Its torso seemed ape-like, but the area where all the vital organs would be was covered with dragon scales. A clear and stark reminder that the old gods had perfect control over their bodies. This one was labeled as the Ancient Nightmare. Count Uxtual has never heard of this particular old god, but he could probably guess its style of rule and abilities by the words below the name. Funnily enough, this one seemed more like a quote than simple words. Or perhaps these were all quotes. And all will know the wonder of my dark and jeweled sky, when all the world is wrapped in an eternal lullaby. Count Uxtual moved on to the next one and he was with his fellow great noble, Count Scalet. This one looked particularly strange. It seemed far more monstrous. The body seemed to lack symmetry, its torso seemed vaguely humanoid. However, it had an oversized right arm tipped with a long blade. The other side held 2 smaller arms, each with 4-fingered arms tipped with long claws. Its lower body was a mess of tentacles that seemed to form a type of snake tail. Its head was long and covered with thick armor plates. It had a maw that was filled with serrated teeth. On the sides of its mouth were a pair of mandibles with cruel curved fangs. On its back were a pair of demonic wings tipped with spikes. Does this one remind you of something? Count Scalet asked as he furrowed his brow. Yes, it resembles the great beast slightly. Count Uxtual said. Well, they do say all that breaths were built in the image of the old gods. Count Scalet said. I suppose that was true initially. Right now we don't look anything like the old gods. Count Uxtual mused as he looked up at the ominous statue. This one looks like you. Count Scalet said with a slight bit of mirth in his voice. Very funny. Count Uxtual replied with a sideway glance and he saw the barest hint of a smile on his old friend's face. The Wraith King. Count Scaled said as he looked down at the nameplate. Count Uxtual looked down at the words below and noted how this one seemed far more simple and ominous. Give in to despair. Let hope surrender. The Wraith King was the oldest and most cruel of the firstborn. The Draconian said from her seat on the throne. Is it dead? Count Uxtual asked. Yes, I was there when he fell. The Draconian said, and with those words Count Uxtual finally plucked up the courage to ask the big question. Are you the goddess Mahila? Count Uxtual asked, his mouth turning dry. My name is Mahila, a name gifted to me by my mother. As for being a goddess, I am nothing as grand as that. I find my crowning achievement to be the Blade's one and only apprentice. The Draconian said calmly. So you have finally returned, Empress. Count Uxtual said, and he noted that the other three had all turned to face her. I'm hardly an empress now, how can I be an empress without an empire? Mahila said with a chuckle. We can build it again, with your return, Zarama can rise once more. No nation will be able to best us. Count Uxtual said as he took a step forward, and he saw a sad smile cross her face. It's not about nations, states or empires. What has always mattered to me were the lives of my kin. I never wanted the crown, but I took it up because I was the best candidate. The empire was just a means to an end. Besides, we cannot be the strongest nation anymore. We have been having a lot of fun when the owners are away, now the owner has finally come home. Mahila said softly, her voice carrying an almost haunting tone. What do you mean? Count Uxtual asked in confusion. He who rules must have the power to do so. Right now there is one who is more powerful than me who comes to take the world for their own. I have been promised a great many things for our people. Promises that I can enforce. Mahila said. What promises? Count Uxtual asked. The Averlanian Empire will swallow the world and we will be granted a privileged seat at that table. I cannot reveal myself for now, but I will rule from the shadows and eventually Zarama will be the envy of the world. Mahila said, and Count Uxtual paused for a moment as confusion filled his mind. Why can't you reveal yourself? Count Scaled asked as he approached as well. By now all four of the great nobles were standing before their goddess of war. Do you know why I left? Why I left all of you one day and left all of you to your own devices? You would not have fallen as far as you have if I still ruled. I am immortal, there would never be a succession crisis as long as I lived. Zarama would not fracture, the glories of old would have been maintained. Are you not curious as to why I abandoned all of you? Mahila asked, and the four nobles didn't have the strength to reply. It is because if I stayed I would have doomed Zarama. The Seraphim did not like how powerful we were growing. They were uncomfortable with my existence. The threat I posed, their greatest warrior, the Archangel Mihail, we once crossed blades and he was defeated. I even left him a token of my regards. Mahila said as she ran a finger across the side of her face referencing the long scar on Mill's face. Their strongest weapon broke before me, so of course the supposed rulers would not be comfortable with my existence. Even if I did help them break the grip of the old gods, even if I did save the Archangel Uriel on numerous occasions. It doesn't matter to them, I was a threat so I had to be removed. The only question was if I would drag all of you down with me. Mahila said, and Count Uxtual felt his blood start to boil. The Seraphim couldn't defeat their goddess and empress in a straight fight. So they used the whole of Zarama as a hostage? We were hostages, we were always hostages. Count Uxtual muttered. Yes, the angel sold you 2 weeks ago, you know. An agreement was made with the Empress and the Great Beast. They would allow Zarama to be conquered in exchange for dealing with the Black Crusade. Mahila said, and Count Uxtual snarled in response. So what will we do? Count Uxtual asked earnestly, looking to his goddess for guidance. We will get conquered. Mahila replied with a smirk. What? Count Uxtual sputtered in response. The angels have no idea I am working with the Empire. They have no idea they are handing my lands back to me. The Empire was only granted this because of the Great Beast's power. By being under the Empire, we are also under their protection. Zarama as it stands cannot survive on its own. The promises I mentioned are almost complete autonomy. We will be allowed to prosper under their protection, and we will also receive the benefits of the Empire's powerful economy. So we will hide under their umbrella until the day the final battle comes. The Great Beast will clash with heaven eventually. I want us to be free of heaven. I do not wish for heaven to burn, but if it must burn, then that is something I am willing to live with. But what I am not willing to live with is this shadow of a life all of you live now. Heaven wanted this world to be a walled garden, but they couldn't even be bothered to put some flowers in the damn thing or even do the basic amount of pruning. Mahila said, her voice tight and cold. They are absentee rulers, much like the emperor that rules you now. Only one individual can answer to no one, most of us will always answer to someone. I know your reservations of trading one master for another, but self-determination is just a path to the grave. Right now I deem it to be the best path forward. I do not care who rules as long as they do their damn job. There must always be a ruler, the only question is if they are worthy of the crown upon their head. Mahila said. I find that difficult to accept. To be ruled by someone that is not Zariman. Count Scalet said from the side. Of course you do, this walled garden is all you have ever known. Mahila said as she shifted her gaze to the statues that surrounded them. Do you know why I built these statues in this room? Mahila asked as she looked around the room at each of the terrifying statues. They are not statues of worship, they do not bring comfort. They are a harsh reminder of the rules of this world. These old gods made the rules of the world. They lived by a survival of the fittest mentality, the strong will inevitably devour and dominate. I have watched it happen over and over again. The strong devouring the weak, whether for sustenance or by conquest. This always happens eventually, there is no escaping it. The core problem was never this odd concept of us as Zarimans deciding our future. It was obtaining the means to bring the best possible future for our people. That is my goal, that has always been the goal of every civilization that has come. Those that lose sight of that goal end up in the history books. Mahila said as she kept her eyes on the statue of the Eternal Mother. I served them once, every soul alive knew we could not fight them. They were gods and we were insects. They ruled for as long as history was being recorded. There is 100 million year gap in the history of the world, we know nothing of the distant past. Of the time where even recording history wasn't a concept. Most of this world's history was just the old gods walking the world. They are ancient beyond comprehension. Even now I can barely believe we won against them. Mahila said as she sighed and looked down as if reliving some dark past memories. Do you want to know the simple fact that everyone alive knew when the old gods walked the world? Mahila asked as she looked at the silent four nobles. Who, although are often referred to as the four great nobles, now felt very small. We live because they allow it. We will die when they command it. Chapter 146, Pawns in a Grand Game. I flew over the city and I heard the screams below. This puny little city was just a blip in the grand scheme of things. I knew the history of this place. Vororia was a small territory that laid at the edge of Voloria. It was much the same for their neighbor Boria, they were both historically poor fortress regions. So once the empire fragmented, they have always struggled since their territories were never made to be self-sufficient. With the fall of Tralis and the formation of the Averlanian Empire, things only got worse. My little famine also made sure to send these two nations into a downward spiral. Cecilia has sent them enough olive branches to make a small campfire, but Vororia still stubbornly refused to bend the knee. Their neighbor Boria, much like their name, made the boring decision to accept servitude under the Averlanian Empire. It was easier for me if they surrendered, but it just wasn't as fun. I mean, why would I find some people signing sheets of paper interesting? Well, at least now there might be a chance for a bit of fun before the main event. I listened to the screams of the people below as they looked up at me. They were terrified, and rightly so. I didn't need my army or anyone's help to wipe this city off the map. Mass destruction was never really a problem. The problem has always been fighting powerful individuals. Until now I can't even land a hit on Mahila. Calling her a blur would only be a half-truth. Sometimes she just seems to vanish, and the next thing I know all my danger sense alarm bells go off in my head. But honestly, I don't feel that bad about getting my ass kicked on a regular basis. The reason was that I am getting a lot better at fighting humanoid-sized opponents. Mahila says she was probably the best duelist in the world right now. If I could beat her, I can most likely beat any single opponent I will ever encounter. Even the members of the Divine Council will have to think twice about crossing blades with her. Although she did mention in a group fight her friend the Crow Father was by far her superior, his mastery of magic made him a terror in an open battlefield. Well, anyway, I am preparing for a fight with a real opponent. Conquering this city and its weakling inhabitants would be like a child kicking a sand castle. We tried the soft approach because we struck a deal with the oh-so-merciful angels. We at least have to play the part of diplomacy. But now the time for words is past. I descended into the front plaza of the palace. The Azatharine followed me down while the other two blue fire phoenixes continued circling overhead. Royal guards and mages rushed towards us and encircled us. I took one look at the encirclement of cannon fodder before facing the front door. Cecilia! I roared out, shaking the ground with the volume of my roar. That should be enough for her to hear me. She'll be out soon. Enough but for now. I turned to look at the soldiers surrounding me and Azatharine. Azatharine was just looking at the humans around us as if she was just looking at a swarm of ants. Her posture and gaze betrayed the fact she didn't see them as a threat or even worthy of notice. She turned her head to look at 5 mages who were channeling a spell and then she looked away. Careful. You don't want me to get angry. I growled and I sensed the entire encirclement flinch. Cities do have a tendency to become uninhabitable when my king gets angry. Azatharine remarked, thoroughly unconcerned with what was happening around her. It was a thoroughly fitting reaction for something like Azatharine. A white fire phoenix could even make high angels wary. Of course Azatharine would struggle against the elites of heaven, or at least she would have in the past. I have been improving on Azatharine's body, making her more powerful, and I have more or less resolved the phoenix's weakness of having low stamina. Now my phoenixes had the stamina to keep pace with the dragons who were famous for their tenacity. She was still no match for the truly standout combatants, but she should be able to face even the most elite of the standard soldiers. Although disgusting, the primordial essence from the font was certainly useful. It allowed me to do many things that were once impossible. Plus all my Grahanum crowns were fully charged thanks to my control over the primordial font. I glanced again at the surrounding soldiers and I saw that they were just standing stock still. No one dared to make a move. It was probably due to the fact that Azatharine and I were just calmly standing at the front door. To be fair, seeing where I am now, it was only a matter of time before someone did something stupid. Thunk! I felt something hit the side of my face. I looked to the corner of my vision and saw a crossbowman with an empty crossbow staring at me. Then I heard the clatter as the crossbow bolt hit the stone floor. I slowly turned my head to look at him and I saw his eyes widen before he promptly wet himself. I could just open my mouth and torch the lot of them, but that wouldn't be the smart thing to do. Geographically, this place links the human territories to the Zariman Desert. So I have 2 options: either I play nice and keep this place compliant. If they start getting rebellious ideas, I would have to deal with more problems. The other option is to remove the problem completely, burn this place to the ground. No city means no rebels, and Serena's spy network along with my own monitoring means any scattered dissidents won't get far. But of course this option was rather wasteful because we would destroy what was already built and eventually need to build a new outpost here. I turned away from the shaking man and I noted how the entire encirclement had froze. Sometimes I wonder why I even bother. I said, "The humans are short-lived, my king, the scrabble for every scrap in their short fleeting lives. Rash decisions are inevitable when one's stay on the mortal plane is so short." Azatharine replied. She didn't even bother to acknowledge the fact that I was just shot by a crossbow. Some may feel this was vaguely disrespectful, but I knew it was because she knew it would do nothing. I don't like groveling, you see, and Azatharine knew this all too well. She doesn't scrape and bow before. She just acts and executes orders perfectly. One of 2 things are going to happen: either they bend the knee or I bend their castle over backwards. I said, and Azatharine nodded in response. But even if they submit, there are still a great many things to fix. I said, and just as I said that, the door of the palace opened. Cecilia appeared with this fat thing which I assumed was the king. I could tell thanks to his shiny hat. Certainly if the king makes the wise decision, there are a great many things to fix. Did you spot anything that you would like to point out, friend? Cecilia asked as she stood before me. If the king had a shiny hat, Cecilia's entire dress was a crown. She had nothing on her head, allowing her long red hair to fall down freely. Her dress was red as her hair, adorned with the feathers of phoenixes, studded with rubies, embroidered with gold, and made of the finest enchanted silk. They need better crossbows. That one has a broken firing mechanism. I said as I pointed at the crossbowman that shot me. Cecilia's gaze shifted to the crossbowman, then to the bolt on the floor. Ah, that can be remedied. My good sir, you should not point faulty weapons at others. Accidents can cause some Dangerous consequences. Cecilia said as she gave the man a cold smile and he flinched. So friend, what was it you wished to tell me? Cecilia said, her tone instantly warming when she spoke to me. The time for talk is over, the vampires are on the move. The Black Crusade will start soon, they will reach the edge of the desert in a few days. I said. I instantly felt the fear run through the surrounding soldiers. So it appears death marches towards us. Cecilia said with a nod. Just as how death comes for all of us eventually, it appears our time is up. Your Grace, your decision. If you refuse, I will take it as a declaration of war. Cecilia said calmly, the bluntness of her statement taking all the surrounding diplomats aback. Death waits for no one. It comes for everyone and everything. You may be a king, but you die all the same. Just like everyone else. I said as I leaned down and loomed over the king. I cannot. The king said after a short moment of pause. Then I spot the young behind the king clench his fist in rage. I cannot give up my right of rule even in the face of a Black Crusade. The king said, and the area was silent. I respect your conviction even if it is foolish. Pity. Cecilia said as she shifted her gaze to the young man standing behind the king. Earl Vororia. As we discussed. Cecilia said, and I saw the king flinch. He turned just as the young man drew a dagger. The king only had time to widen his eyes before the dagger found his throat. I will not stand by while you condemn us all to death for your pride. The man said through gritted teeth. The king gurgled before collapsing onto the ground, his blood pooling on the stones below. The royal guards did nothing, they just stood there and watched. I suppose even a sacred oath of loyalty has its limits. So this is why you said it was all taken care of. I said with a low laugh. I could sense the fear from all the other humans at the sound. Strange how a simple laugh can terrify. Cecilia just smiled as she nodded. I didn't want to bother you with this trivial matter. I trust things are going well on your end? Cecilia asked. It is going very well. Soon I will show the vampires what true monsters are. I said with a booming laugh. I look forward to it. Cecilia said as she turned to look back at the now still corpse of the king. The blood pool had reached her feet and I could see she was standing in it. Earl Vororia, I expect the preparations to be made for my army. Cecilia said, and Earl Vororia bowed like an obedient vassal. Yes, my empress, you will have your bridge to the west, Earl Vororia said, and Cecilia nodded before turning her gaze to the king. Fool. Cecilia said, her tone dripping with disdain and contempt. Her gaze looked like she was staring at a cockroach. All your little arguments with your son. You thought he was pleading for the lives of the people? Your people's lives are already secured. He wasn't pleading for them. He was pleading for you. Cecilia said before she turned and began to walk away. I followed after her and she left bloody footprints for a few steps before realizing and casting a silent cleanse spell to remove the blood. It suits you. I said with a laugh. It's dirty and it will smell later. Cecilia replied with a smile. We need to move, I said as I stopped, and I offered Cecilia a hand. She climbed on as she casted her usual set of spells to make the journey more comfortable. Right as we took off, I sensed the once prince turned Earl kneel before the corpse of his father. I soon left earshot, but my hidden adjutants were there to pick up what he was saying. As he mumbled his words, I couldn't help but feel satisfaction. His response was exactly the kind of attitude and perception I wanted to promote. I could hear him now, seemingly trying to persuade a corpse like a fool. I had no choice. I couldn't let you destroy all that we are. If we fought, mother, my siblings, all of them would be food for monsters. Asta just had a child. I can't throw my nephew on the pyre. He was on his knees now. It seems the gravity of what he has done was starting to sink in. His pain was irrelevant. He was but a pawn in a far grander game. History will not remember him. He will be lucky to get a few sentences in a footnote. Just a faceless figure that was so insignificant I can't even be bothered to learn his name. There are many like this thing here. He said he didn't want to throw his nephew on the pyre. But in truth, with all the major factions now on the move, this was just the prelude to the greatest pyre in 10,000 years. What was I supposed to do? The great beast and his hive are like a tide, like a force of nature. You do not try to fight an avalanche. You get out of the way. This Black Crusade was just the beginning. A black tide clashing with a white one. The world was about to witness something it has not seen in a long time. My memories, both inherited and stolen, show these things. There was no peace, there was no need for declarations of war. War, struggle and death were the natural state of the world. The strong lived and the weak died. There was no time for hope when all is strife, only the mad scramble for survival. My kind scrabbled in the dirt, snuffing out our kin one by one. It was brutal, cruel, disgusting, but above all it was honest. After this black crusade may peace finally return. Fool. This was only the beginning. It was only fitting that the war to claim all three worlds would create the largest pyre in history. The coming war will burn three worlds. From the pits of hell to the halls of heaven. From the skies of Averlin to the edge of this world. Let it burn, let it be war. Winner takes all. I will take it all. Chapter 147, Shadow over the Sands. Count Uxtuel gazed over the wall of his fortress. His forces have been bolstered with whatever remaining Zariman troops he could scrounge up. As far as he knows, almost every available soldier has been called up to the front. Most cities were just left with a skeleton crew of guards to protect it. Count Uxtuel was now the leader of the Council of Four, which now held the power of rule over the Zariman desert. From what he has been told, the other two splinter states of Zarima have handed over sovereignty to Verakrama. There was no more Verakrama, no more Zerkrama, no more Karukrama, now there was only Zarima. His own false emperor was dragged out of bed by the warrior priests and beheaded. The coup was clean and mostly bloodless. The only blood that was shed was royal blood. The royal house was exterminated, no one was spared. From the elders to the babies, eggs were smashed all. Their heraldry was burned and the names of the bloodline are soon to be burned from the pages of history. This was called the Scouring, a fate reserved only for traitor bloodlines and a fate that can only be given by the House of War or the goddess Mahila herself. In this case both desired a scouring, so it was determined that this one will be extra thorough. In Zariman law there were several kinds of traitors. There was the unwilling traitor, someone who was forced to betray. The next was the unknowing traitor, someone who was tricked into betrayal. Then there was the willing traitor, someone who knew exactly what they were doing and chose to become a traitor anyway. The final and most vile were the traitor bloodlines. The final title was granted to families who consorted to betray the homeland. It was deemed by both the goddess and the warrior priests that the actions of the royal house thus far have shown a blatant disregard for the good of Zarima. Thus it was determined that all that bears royal blood must be eliminated. At this very moment the House of Shadows has begun to hunt down the remnants of the royal bloodline. Their assassins scour the sands hunting distant relatives, bastard children, and all of their descendants. This taint will be burned from Zarima. There will be no upstarts trying to seize back their false crown. The dragon has awoken and under the guiding hand of their goddess Zarima will rise again. Count Uxtuel has sent word to the Averlanian Empire requesting aid and granting them safe passage through Zarima. The warrior priests have also sent word to their temples to ensure that the cities and towns afford the imperial army every available courtesy. Now as Count Uxtuel looks over the soldiers drilling, he doesn't see the desperation of condemned men. He sees soldiers that believe that they can win. The Empire has sent word that they are marching towards the front at this very moment. Some reports have come in that the monsters in the Empire's army made the army extremely fast. They should be here in a few days. The only problem was that the scouts predicted that the dead would reach them first. So Count Uxtuel would need to delay the dead alone until the reinforcements arrived. With moral high and additional reinforcements from Zarima, he should be able to hold until the Empire arrives. Although the vampire forces moved slower than the Empire's army, they didn't need to stop for rest, they could just keep going day and night. The dead do not tire, they do not rest, so they just march forward and ever onward. So it falls to him to steady the troops and prepare for the onslaught. According to historical records, the vampires prefer to attack in waves to slowly grind down the enemy. A large concerted all-out assault made their armies vulnerable to offensive magic, so they prefer to drag the battles out. It should make holding out easier. The only worry he has was that if the vampires somehow managed to raise the monsters of the hive in their service. If that was possible, then this war may just end up as a slugging match between ancient creatures. If that happened, many of his kin were going to die. A hive has never battled the vampires as far as he knew, so he was about to see something he has never seen before. As if fate was mocking him to show him something he has never seen before, he suddenly saw the ground in the training ground below him open up a small hole. The entire training yard froze as they watched a white humanoid creature emerge from the hole. Instantly the more veteran soldiers charged towards the hole and surrounded the creature. Hold! Count Uxtual roared and the soldiers froze as they held their encirclement around the creature. It carried all the telltale signs of the great beast's hive. A body as white as ivory and in its maw filled with serrated teeth clearly designed to tear flesh. It had a roughly humanoid shape with 4 arms. The smooth and elongated domed head showed a sensor dome with ample room underneath for brain matter. This was a highly intelligent creature. If biology wasn't a clear enough indicator, then there was a wide smile on its face. "Are you a messenger from the great beast?" Count Uxtual asked, and the beast simply widened its smile. "This little body is a puppet. I did not send a minion, you are speaking to the master." The great beast replied through the lips of the body. This caught Count Uxtual off guard. Of all the abilities he has read about using a proxy body was not one he has heard of. "So you are the great beast?" Count Uxtual asked cautiously. "In the borrowed flesh." The great beast replied with a chuckle. "I assume you are here to speak?" Count Uxtual asked. "Why yes, shall we?" The great beast replied. "Follow me." Count Uxtual said curtly, and the great beast just laughed in response. "What's wrong? Let's just talk here." The great beast said with a wide malicious smile. "I would rather not. The chain of command demands that information be disseminated in a controlled manner." Count Uxtual replied evenly. "As you wish." The great beast replied with a shrug. Count Uxtual narrowed his eyes as he looked at the great beast, and he couldn't help but feel he was being tested. Not bad at all," the great beast said as he approached Count Uxtual. The soldiers surrounding him raised their weapons, but the great beast just kept walking forward. The soldiers following their training raised their spears and blocked his path. The spear points reached the great beast's white body and the points just slid off the smooth surface. "Stop, let him through," Count Uxtual said, and one of his soldiers turned to look at him, but he was still in the great beast's path. "You are in the way," the great beast said, and with a flick of his wrist the poor soldier was sent flying off the side thanks to some quick silent magic. He went tumbling head over heels into the dirt. "He will live. I have gotten quite good at ensuring I don't break one of you by accident," the great beast said, and Count Uxtual couldn't help but feel a thrill of fear go up his spine. It wasn't the great beast's strength that disturbed him. Yes, his power was concerning, only a fool wouldn't be bothered by the power of the ancients. What he was disturbed by was what was called the ancients' view. It was said that immortality and a long life will twist one's view of the world. A well-known example of this was the affliction that struck the High Elves known as the White Death, which was also called the bleaching. The High Elves were an extremely spiritual people, thus with their long lives they often retreated into their own minds towards the later part of their lives. In reality the High Elves were immortal but still died natural deaths due to the White Death. The retreat into their minds would cause a sedentary lifestyle which would eventually cause them to waste away. Some scholars theorized that the body was filled with ether circuits. That was how one could channel magic using their limbs. It was a well-known fact that if one lost their right arm, one couldn't channel magic where the missing arm used to be. Thus they theorized that the long period of that sedentary lifestyle caused the circuits to degrade over time. Since the elves were a race that was highly dependent on magic, this led to their body atrophying. Their body would lose muscle mass, their skin would go so pale it would become almost translucent, and their gold hair would turn ghostly white. Hence the name the White Death and the bleaching. The years are not kind to humanoids. There was an old saying that time washes humanity from the mind. However, for something like the great beast, the years create something very different. It creates a view that short-term consequences matter little since they have all the time in the world. It wasn't uncommon for the ancients to just wait for their humanoid rival to grow old before moving in for the kill. After all, it was extremely cruel and effective. The mortals would waste their short lives hunting only to be killed when they could do nothing. The concerning part of the ancient view was that if short-term consequences did not matter, what if the death of a humanoid was under that category? This eventually makes the ancients view the lesser races as no different from trees or rocks. This analogy was not completely unfounded as well. It was actually a quote from an ancient dragon. The dragon said to a high elf that she was as pertinent to him as a tree or a rock, but at least trees and rocks were not annoying. The way the great beast spoke of his soldier betrayed this ancient view. He said he has gotten quite good at not breaking any of them. A person was injured or killed, you do not break a person, you break objects. So where would it be private enough for your purposes? The great beast said as another creature shimmered into existence and handed the great beast a roll of parchment. Count Uxtual narrowed his eyes at the sight and felt the mocking gaze from the great beast. The message was clear: there was no privacy with the great beast. Why so glum? Do you truly think your secrets were ever safe? Where do you think your little house of shadows even came from? Why were they created? The reason is simple: their job is to spy and remove unsavory individuals. No different from my own intelligence forces. You are all always being watched, the only question is by who? The great beast said with a laugh. Now then, shall we head to your little private place? The great beast asked with a grin. Count Uxtual gave the great beast a look, then he turned to look at the soldier that had just been tossed, who was groaning on the floor. Some of his men were helping him up and it looks like the toss broke one of his arms. Thankfully a healer should be able to fix it easily. With a small sigh he headed for his command room. When Count Uxtual reached the command room he turned to see the great beast glancing at the map. Things were not looking good. The border outposts were denoted by the triangles. The black ones were ruins abandoned due to lack of funds and manpower. The other triangles were still active outposts. In the past these served as external forts, but now they just served as bases for scouting. The three main border bastions facing what was known as gold wastes in the west. Since there were so many threats to the west, population centers were a great risk to set up. The two crosses denote that these outposts have fallen. Well, fallen was not exactly right. The soldiers spotted the incoming crusade and followed their orders to retreat immediately. They sent a raven ahead of them, so Count Uxtual knew the dead were coming. Nice map you got there. The dead are here right now. The great beast said as he pointed at a spot on the map, and to Count Uxtual's dismay it appears the dead were making good time towards this bastion. Right now my hives are harassing the undead host while we try to slow them down. Should buy you the time you need. The great beast said as he held out the piece of parchment. Count Uxtual unsealed and looked in to see the Empress's seal on it. Vacillation was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was plainly obvious this was prearranged. Usually these talks take months, especially with the kind of terms the council proposed. They were basically only making minor concessions in exchange for the protection of the empire. The council would hold the powers of an archduke, which would grant Zarima almost complete autonomy. The only catch was some financial and organizational restructuring. But there was this clause that was strange. It stated that both the empire and Zarima would help each other in any wars. So this entire vassalization process was just a partial merger of economic practices and a very strong military alliance. Welcome to the empire. I trust you know what is happening. The great beast said, and Count Uxtual gave him a nod as a response. We will discuss the finer details once the Empress arrives. For now you should know that the vampires are moving at full speed. They will probably reach you before the Empire's army does. So you will need to hold out until then. The great beast said with a grin. And what of your hive? Are they just going to sit and watch? Count Uxtual asked. Well, we are not, but you see I don't just want to beat the Black Crusade back. The great beast said as he leered at Count Uxtual. I want to make this the last Black Crusade. Chapter 148, The Black Host. A woman sat atop her throne of platinum and silver. She had ghostly pale skin, glowing red eyes, white hair that looks like it has been bleached, long pointed ears that showed her elven heritage, and sharp fangs to show that she has abandoned said heritage. My lady Rosa, the foe's hive continues to resist us. A voice says from the side. Rosa lazily turned her head to one of her lesser vampire thralls and she raised a brow. Will we be delayed? Rosa asked. Not any more than we already have. We have instructed the rats to break off and delay the hive. The thrall said. Good, but I expect not to be delayed. Rosa said as she opened her hand and the thrall's face was magically pulled forward. Rosa grasped his head in her palm and long nails started to grow out of her hand and the nails pierced his skin, drawing blood. The vampire thrall stiffened but made no sound. He knew any reaction other than submission would only put himself at greater risk. The Lady of the Sanguine Citadel, Rosa Maledicta, was well known both for her power and her cruelty. She was a tyrant in the purest sense of the word. She crawled her way to the top and now she sat on a throne built on 1,000,000 dead souls. If there ever was a being on Terra that could be compared to a demon, Rosa Maledicta would be a prime candidate. I expect that fortress to be ready for my arrival, my timely arrival. Rosa said as her pupils narrowed and her mouth filled with needle-like fangs. Her once beautiful face contorted to reveal a beast with an unhinged jaw that seemed almost like a skin-covered snake. If I am not appropriately welcomed, I will flay all of you alive and have you put on poles for the crows. Rosa said, and the thrall shifted his head forward slightly as if to nod. Good. Rosa said as she released him, and her face instantly morphed back into a petite and beautiful elven face. Now be a dear and make sure the children know what to do. Rosa said as she turned away. The thrall simply bowed as rivulets of blood ran down his face from the puncture wounds before exiting the room. Are you truly that confident in those beasts that ancient gave you? Another male voice said, his tone betraying a challenge. Rosa turned to look at the speaker, and it was an elf just like her, albeit he looked much older. He had the same washed-out white hair that looked like it had faded from their race's usual lustrous blonde hair. His face, as per his natural state, was locked in a stern grimace. Rosa sneered at his question, but she couldn't outright dismiss him. Whether she liked it or not, this man Ortiz Derenge was essential to the success of this Black Crusade. The vampires were not this cohesive force, they were made of individual courts that often bickered and competed. War amongst themselves were regular occurrences, and schemes were just part of your daily schedule. Right now, in the black waste that was Nicoronas, there were two prominent factions. The first being Rosa Maledicta's faction that was built on necromantic constructs. She created power through creating undead abominations. She was an agent of chaos who held nothing sacred and preferred to revel in depravity and debauchery. Ortiz Derenge was quite the opposite and was a strange vampire overall. He was an instrument or order and would be considered the perfect disciplined soldier in many armies. The story goes that Ortiz was exiled from the elven homeland for being too extreme in his methods. He then proceeded to conquer the nearest bastion to the elven homeland and turned it into a home for warriors of order who held his rather extreme beliefs. So now he leads a large army of exiles and devotees from his black iron fortress. To the elves' eternal frustration, he was just in arm's reach for any exiles. It was said that the elves have launched 100 campaigns against his fortress, and 100 campaigns were repelled. One notable quote from the infamous Ortiz Derenge was once said to an elven general. I was exiled because all of you were too weak to do what must be done. You lost here today because you were too weak to do what must be done. You had all the conditions for victory and you wasted it for petty sentimentality. Ortiz Derenge led the Order of the Blood Knights, the largest collection of vampires in Nicoronas, and they were all military trained. If Rosa wanted any hope of storming fortifications effectively, she would need military expertise of Ortiz Derenge. Normally she would loathe to bring someone like him along, but with the Black Crusade facing a hive, she would need the additional combat power he provided. I have seen the beasts myself, they are truly something to behold. The ancients truly do know far more than we do. Rosa said with a wicked smile as her mind went to the 4 abominations that were gifted to her. They were her trump card, and she was relishing the moment to unleash her horrors upon the putrid lizards. The lizards may not be the only problem. My spies within the lizards say that the Averlanian Empire has joined the fray. We can expect our foes to double. I doubt we will find easy prey in this desert. Ortiz said as if reading her mind. Rosa snarled as she heard news that soured her mood. She wanted to rip his smug face off, but she needed him. Then I hope your toy soldiers are able to prevent any delays. We do not want to get caught while we are attacking a fortress. That would be, as you would say, tactically unsound. Rosa said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Yes, you are right, getting flanked in the middle of an assault would risk encirclement. An obvious situation to avoid. Anyone with a rudimentary grasp of field combat tactics would understand this. Ortiz said calmly as he raised a brow at Rosa, who in turn narrowed her eyes in annoyance. Then I hope your knights do their duty. The rabble can be hard to control. Rosa said. They are blood knights, they know their duty. Ortiz replied calmly. They know the consequences of failure. Jenna trembled as she held onto the stick that was supposed to serve as a club. She had black matted hair and gaunt black eyes. Jenna was one of the few cattle thralls who held onto their sanity. Most go mad by the time they become adults from the sheer pain and horror of their circumstances. The most obvious sign of Jenna's remaining rationality was the fact that she even remembered her name. She looked around at the dull-eyed thralls around her. They were all like her, the rejects of the cattle thralls. They were all sent here to die, sent here as nothing more than bait so that monsters of the desert had something to chew on. A glorified distraction to avoid the main army from slowing down their endless march. Jenna turned her head to look at the towering ziggurats that floated above the army of the dead below. Her family was in one of those ziggurats. Her youngest sister was a pleasure thrall to be used as a toy for some vampire lord. Her older sister and younger brother were wine thralls, their blood being drained as a delicacy for their masters. Her two older brothers were battle thralls who were marching in the army, and they will fight for their blood knight masters. Her oldest sister was a breeder thrall. Since she was able to produce battle thralls and pleasure thralls, the vampires have relegated her to create more thralls. Gina's own son was lackluster, so he was now cleaning the corridors as a reject. As for her, she could see what she was all around her. She was a reject. She was not beautiful enough to be pleasure thrall, not strong enough to be a battle thrall, not able to produce satisfactory children as a breeder thrall, and the taste of her blood was unsatisfactory, so she was ineligible as a wine thrall. So Jenna spent her days doing menial labor until her masters decided she could be used in a manner that was more beneficial. Whether that be as a sacrifice in one of their necromantic rituals, or just as a makeshift gladiator for some evening entertainment. Or alternatively, she could be used as a living chew toy to slow down a horde of monsters. Every thrall around her had the image of a fly tattooed on their faces to denote that was what they were. Bottom feeders that eat trash, annoyances that could be swatted at any moment. So now Jenna stood stock still as she trembled like a leaf in the wind. She clutched the measly piece of wood that was supposed to serve as a weapon. She knew this piece of wood would do nothing, but she still held onto it as if it would. She had nothing else to hold onto. If she didn't even have this, she might just panic and run. If she ran, she would just get cut down by the blood knights behind her, and someone from her family would join her in her punishment. Jenna tried her best to catch her breath. She was feeling the panic. She felt weak. They didn't even bother to feed her last night. She was going to die here. Then Jenna felt the ground below her tremble, and all the thralls instantly went silent as they looked down at the gold sand beneath them. Jenna could feel the coarse grains between her toes, and she couldn't help but think how easily these monsters could just emerge from the sands and rip her to pieces. Jenna felt the sweat drip down her face until it reached her eyes. She shut her eyes to blink the sweat away, and at that moment she felt the sand bulge up from beneath her. Her eyes shot open just as she was thrown up and backwards. She screamed as she tumbled into the sands. She raised her head and heard the screaming. She looked wide-eyed as white monsters emerged from the ground, their howls ringing in her ears. She saw one of the monsters had these sai-like blades on its front arms, and she watched as it slashed a thrall's belly open. The thrall coughed up a mouthful of blood as he looked down in horror at his entrails, which had fallen out. He let out another rasping cough before crumpling to the ground. Jenna looked around in horror as the slaughter raged around her. There were about 50 thralls and about 100 common zombies. The thralls were panicking, but the zombies continued to attack. Mindless constructs that they were. Jenna continued to tremble in the sand. She couldn't move. Her body was frozen in fear, and the only thing she could do was stare at what was happening. Then she saw a shadow as this hound-like creature bounded right over her. She looked at the creature and saw it had the body of a wolf but had this scorpion-like tail. The tail was tipped with a red crystal, and it glowed for a moment before shooting a jet of blue energy at the zombies. The beam cut one zombie apart and shredded another two more. Jenna then felt the ground shift to her right. This imminent danger somehow made her able to move. She scrambled away just in time to see another hole open up. She turned to see 4 bloated creatures that were curled up into a ball. They rolled out of the hole and bolted straight for the mass of shambling zombies. She watched as the creatures reached the mass of zombies and exploded in a shower of green fluid. Anything touched by the green fluid instantly started to steam, and she saw the zombies started to melt away. It was then that she realized those creatures were filled with acid. Then she saw more splashes of green on the other side of the mass of zombies. Jenna looked around in terror and saw for some reason the creatures were ignoring her. As if she was not worth the effort to kill, and the mass of troops ahead of her was a better target. Jenna didn't know how long she lay there in the sand, but all she could manage to do was look on in horror. She could barely catch her breath. If she lost concentration for even a moment, she knew she would pass out from fear and end up devoured by these creatures. The screams of the thralls. The groans of the undead. The howls and roars of the white monsters. The orders being barked by the blood knights as they battled the creatures. Jenna looked at the group of 5 blood knights, and she saw that they were able to defeat any monster that gets too close. Their shields and spell barriers were able to resist the lasers being shot from those white hounds. Then she felt this tremor in the ground, and she turned just in time to see a white shape fly at her face. She felt this blunt force strike her head and she rolled onto her back. She tasted iron in her mouth and she could feel most of her front teeth had been knocked out. Jenna weakly turned her head to see this large white creature bounding towards the mass of soldiers. She felt her vision darken from the concussion she no doubt had received. As the last of her consciousness faded, she realized she wasn't attacked. She had just been hit by the creature when it ran past her. "Help me." When Jenna regained consciousness, she looked around and saw she was surrounded by acrid, foul-smelling smoke. Jenna gagged from the smoke and then she heard it again. "Please no." Some voice sounded out in mist around her. Jenna flinched as it all came flooding back to her and realized where she was. She looked around and saw a melting corpse of a zombie as that same acrid smoke radiated from its dissolving body. "Someone." Again that voice, and this time when Jenna turned to look she saw this creature lifting a thrall into its mouth. It tossed him and started to try and swallow him whole. It was this large insect quadruped with a bloated belly. Jenna didn't even dare to breathe as she watched the man get swallowed. Then she saw a flash of black and red as a blood knight appeared and hacked the creature's head off. Then with another swift cut it opened the belly. From the belly emerged half a dozen thralls which were still alive. The thralls gasped and yelped as they desperately tried to crawl out from the depths of the creature. "Yes, it appears the hive is trying to take the thralls alive. Your suspicion on the herding behavior was correct," the blood knight said dispassionately. Jenna didn't move a muscle. She was half buried in the sand and she silently trembled as she watched the scene before her. "We should go, the bait has been expended," another blood knight said. This one had a special armor that denoted him as a blood knight signifier, which just blood knight magic specialists. "Agreed," the other blood knight said, and Jenna watched as he began to channel a spell as they walked away from the beast's corpse. They ended up standing not too far away from where Jenna was. At that moment Jenna had to make a decision. If she stayed here she would just be food or worse. So the decision was clear and Jenna scrambled to her feet and ran towards the blood knights. The blood knights turned to look at her just as the spell activated. Jenna was engulfed in a blue light and the next thing she knew she found herself back in the ziggurat she knew all too well. Jenna looked around in vague happiness, but the next thing she knew she felt an armored fist strike her face. Jenna went sprawling onto the cold stones as blood dribbled from her ruined nose and mouth. "You wretch!" the cold voice of the blood knight hissed as he approached. "Please." Jenna sputtered through a mouthful of blood. She could feel the warm liquid flowing down her mouth and dripping off her chin. She suddenly realized what she had done. In the moment she didn't think, but now she was all too aware of what was going to happen. Jenna in a last desperate bid threw herself at the feet of the blood knight. She grabbed his armored foot and started sputtering apologies and excuses. In response the blood knight yanked his foot up and stomped on her hands. Jenna screamed in agony as she felt the bones in her hand snap from the shock. "Deserter!" the blood knight spat. Jenna by now was just a sobbing heap on the ground. What was she to do? If she came back here at least she had a chance. She may be worthless trash but she wanted to live, she didn't want to die. "What is going on here?" a cold voice said, and Gina's voice caught in her throat for a moment as she recognized that voice. Then she brought her head to the ground and began to wail like a wounded animal. It was over for her. If that person was here then it was all over. "Lictor Ortius Derange, apologies. This thrall managed to get within range of our teleportation circle," the blood knight said. "A deserter then. You failed to remain in control of your troops. Do you have an explanation, Marilictor?" Ortius said coldly as he glanced at the sobbing pile of refuse on his stone floor. "I have no excuses, Lictor Derange. I accept any responsibility for this error," the blood knight replied. "Then 100 lashes for each of you. As for the thrall, have her flogged before the other thralls. We cannot tolerate desertion within our ranks," Ortius said coldly, and Jenna looked up for a moment to see him staring at her. The gaze she received was one reserved for the lowliest of trash. Not even actual feces would qualify, at least feces could be forgiven for being useless beyond being used as fertilizer. "Should I have one of her family join her as per protocol?" the blood knight said. "Of course, she deserted her post. The punishment must match the crime," Ortius said as he approached Jenna. She looked up at him, her eyes pleading in the vain hope of mercy. "Mercy!" Jenna begged, but Ortius didn't even react to the words. As per protocol both of them are to be flogged to the bone. And then some more. until they expire. Chapter 149, The Crusade Show. Count Uxtual clenched his fist around the handle of his sword, then he unclenched it and he clenched it again. This was one of his nervous tics, and he would usually avoid doing this, since this created an ominous creaking sound from his gauntlets. However, with what was coming, he allowed himself this little bit of release. At least it made his subordinate comforted. They seemed to think it was the Count being eager for battle, as if he couldn't wait to spring into the fray. He was standing at the west gate and was currently waiting for some advanced reinforcements from the Empire. The main army will most likely arrive in the middle of the siege, so he will need to hold out until then. With these reinforcements, he should be able to hold out. The concerning thing was that he just got news from a white owl. The white owl was the preferred messenger bird of the elves, and he just got some very concerning news. The elves keep extremely close tabs on the vampire, considering 2 of their most powerful members had converted into pure vampires. Apparently, the vampiric presence has lessened on the elven border, and worst was that it seems that Ordias Derenge has left with the crusade. Historically, Lictor Ordias Derenge always sends one of his para-lictors on the crusades. Ordias Derenge prefers to focus his time on the elves, so for him to turn his gaze east towards Zaramo was a concerning irregularity. Ordias Derenge was probably the best tactician in Terra. He actually has won several skirmishes against the forces of heaven. The remaining regions that do not bow to heaven were just the places that the angels could not overcome without suffering significant losses. That part was common knowledge. He didn't need the goddess to tell him that. Only the ignorant masses below truly believe that the angels above are all-powerful benevolent creatures. Anyone with any idea on how it all works can deduce the fact that the angels are not all-powerful and all good. If they were, there would be no vampires in the Coronas, no demon spawn in Umbra, and no Naga in the sea. He would add the Ostaeans to that list, but it seems their species was rapidly becoming past tense thanks to the Naga. Count Uxtual knew the reason why the Naga wiped the Ostaeans out so easily. Many would quote superior training, superior equipment, and the element of surprise. Those were the most obvious reasons, at least to someone who knew nothing of war. There was a reason why the hives are so effective, and it wasn't the rapid adaptation, the fearlessness, or whatever else. It was the discipline. Everything else was useless unless the soldiers were disciplined enough to execute their orders. The most powerful forces in all 3 worlds were also the most disciplined. The host of heaven was a well-trained and well-disciplined army, the same for the core forces of hell. Although the demons have a reputation for being unruly, that was only for the lower castes. Count Uxtual knew the records. The Hell Knights were some of the most fanatical soldiers in existence. The only thing now was to see what quality of soldiers the Empire could produce. They must be confident if they sent these ones as an advanced party. The Empress was no fool. The last thing she wanted would be to make a bad impression. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he saw a group of riders in the distance. Almost 1,000 riders were moving in neat formation, but funnily enough there was no cloud of sand. Usually when that many cavalry move, they make quite the sand cloud. However, as the riders got closer, he noticed that for some reason they were awfully quiet. If he was at ground level, he wouldn't notice them until they were basically right on top of him. Well, he would soon get the answer to his question. The riders would be here soon, judging by their speed. Count Uxtual descended the wall and waited at the little plaza right beyond the gate. It didn't take long for the riders to arrive, and what he saw was fascinating. These riders were wearing living armor. They rode the white beasts of the hive, and their equipment seems to be partly constructed using the materials from the hive. However, what unnerved him the most was how well integrated the rider and the mount was. The saddle was part of the armor, and the legs of the rider slotted into neat compartments in the beast's armored hide. It looks like the riders were sitting inside the beast. "Hail, are you Count Uxtual?" the lead rider said from behind his helmet of white bone. The helmet had 6 eyes, and 2 focused on him while the rest of the eyes constantly scanned the surroundings. "Yes," Count Uxtual said, his voice even, yet slightly anxious. He was expecting elite troops, and the demeanor of these soldiers does give off that feeling. Yet somehow this group's soldiers seemed wrong. It reminded him of the tales of the old world where anything was able to be sacrificed in the pursuit of power. "We have been sent as an advance party to help scout and slow down the advance of the incoming vampiric forces," the lead rider said as he moved to dismount. The armor on the beast shifted and released his legs, and Count Uxtual watched as the rider seemingly emerged out of the creature. "Captain Oris," I used to be a gold-ranked adventurer in case you were wondering. The writer said as he grabbed the bone helmet. The living helmet opened up and released his head, showing that the helmet was indeed alive. The armor disturbs you, Oris stated matter-of-factly. Count Uxtual nodded as he gazed at the subtly moving helm in the Oris's hand. A common reaction, but I assure you my arms and armor are quite effective. If I had access to this in my adventuring days, there would be no more monsters in the Elysian woods. Well, other than the ancient that was apparently sleeping there for a few thousand years. Oris said as he finished with a shrug. Are you certain you are able to slow down the progress of the dead? Count Uxtual asked, and Oris nodded. Yes, we will delay the forces of the dead, but we won't be doing it alone. There are 2 hive broods already engaging the forces of the Black Crusade. We will try to delay and thin the herd. The less dead that reach your walls the better, Oris stated. Well, I cannot refute that. Do you require any reinforcements from me? Count Uxtual asked. No, spend your efforts fortifying. My forces are more suited for this task. I trust you have been preparing, Oris asked, and Count Uxtual nodded. Usually this question would be insulting, but given the situation, every bit of due diligence was a comfort, not an insult. It felt good that his allies were taking the situation seriously. We have 10,000 barrels of alchemical fire ready to be poured over the walls at this time, among other preparations, Count Uxtual said. 10,000. Well, that is quite impressive. However, not to be disrespectful, but I feel you may need another 10,000 more, Oris said, and Count Uxtual nodded again. Yes, I agree. Do you happen to have an estimate on how many foes we are facing? Count Uxtual asked. At those words, Oris grimaced as he went silent for a moment. Then he leaned in as if to whisper in Count Uxtual's ear. This gesture alone told Count Uxtual that he was not going to like what he was going to hear. Why are you so worried? We have more than 2 million soldiers, and the fools are actually trying to use attrition against us. Us, the forces of the dead, Rosa said with a derisive laugh. Ortiz in response just turned to give her a look that was dripping with disdain. It is not what they are doing that vexes me. It is why they do it. The great beast is an ancient, he knows attrition will not work, yet here his hive is doing it anyway. What does he know that we do not? Ortiz said as he gazed at the projection before him. Maybe he is just a fool, Rosa offered, and Ortiz couldn't help but roll his eyes. Really? A fool? Look at that, the new writers. They are like actors, doing exactly what a humanoid general would do. They are trying to thin the herd when we all know that will do next to nothing. We have to clash at that fortress, so they should be trying to break us on those walls. Picking off bits and pieces will do almost nothing since we can just revive the fallen. All they are doing is slightly draining our power reserves. It feels like, Ortiz said, but Rosa spoke out before he could finish. He is testing us. It's a game, Rosa stated, and Ortiz turned to look at her in a slight bit of surprise. Yes. A test, Ortiz said as he continued to look at Rosa as if she had grown a second head. Rosa was more of a kick down the door and the surrounding wall type of girl. Subtlety and intrigue was not really her strong suit. At least as far he knew. Oh come now, Ortiz, did you really think I was always in the position to do whatever I want? Rosa said as she raised a brow. I had my fair share of shit to deal with when I first turned. So many nauseating fools trying to get me into their beds. They are all nice and obedient now, Rosa muttered. Because you lobotomized them, Ortiz stated as he turned back to the screen. Yes, first chance I got actually. What about you? Rosa asked as she turned to look at Ortiz. What did you do once you took power? Rosa asked. I had my enemies executed, Ortiz stated matter-of-factly. Well, that's boring, Rosa deadpanned as she turned her gaze to the screen. But effective, there were more important things to handle, Ortiz said. Indeed, like how the hive is being thoroughly ineffective, Rosa muttered, and Ortiz gave her a funny look again. Oh come now, Ortiz, I know this is the first time we have been working together, but you know, if you look like airhead, people treat you like one, and they also conveniently forget that I am a vampire queen. They forget I rule a court filled with sycophants and schemers, Rosa said as she reached for a goblet filled with a mixture of wine and blood. And you outsmarted them all, and you continue to, Ortiz said, and Rosa nodded in response. That I do, but I can't help but think, Rosa began. That we are getting outsmarted. Ortius finished. Yes, when I look at their forces I keep wondering where the rest of it is. If I were the great beast I would overwhelm our forces as soon as I was able. If he threw everything at us we would take significant losses. Rosa said as she tapped her finger on the arm of her chair. I assume that preparation mostly includes those abominations you have. Those aren't for the Zariman walls, are they? They are for the hive. You can't even let any of the undead near it. The amount of ether jamming they have will fry any control over the hive. Ortius said, and Rosa nodded before scowling. I wanted to think the great beast knows about that, so he has been avoiding a confrontation until he has optimal conditions. Which would be right at the fortress when we are stuck against the wall. But now, I think we are being tested and we aren't fighting a war or waging a crusade. Ortius said as he watched the riders on screen bid an extremely organized retreat once they felt they had done enough damage. Oh come now Ortius, there is a reason why the humanoids have beaten back Black Crusades on their own in the past. It's because the full might of Nicoronas has never been brought to bear. The two of us have witnessed many Black Crusades and yet we have never sat in the same room until now. We are using each other. You don't need the thralls that badly, and neither do I. This Black Crusade serves no purpose. Unless. Rosa said with a smile. Yes, this is just a show. You need me to keep the hive off your back, but in order for that to happen most of my army ends up useless. Which is why I needed you. You knew this going in and I knew it going in. Rosa stated with a sigh as she looked at the riders disappear in the distance. It was almost like the great beast was mocking them. Taunting them. Give me your best shot. Give me a show. That was the message Rosa was getting from the great beast. Why are you here, Ortius? I have my suspicions, but I would like to know the truth. Rosa said, and Ortius pressed a button on the table causing the projection to vanish. The truth is a dangerous thing, Lady Maledicta. You should know that most of all. Ortius said as he shot her an even look. Oh I do, but I like to take risks. Much like yourself, Lictor Derenge. After all, why would you leave your fortress virtually undefended for this little escapade? Rosa challenged as she raised a brow. Ortius murmured without saying a word, and Rosa just rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Rosa said as she crossed her arms. My, you must be truly desperate. Ortius said as a rare grin appeared on his face. Oh, don't look so smug, I can hear you lashing the slaves from my bedchamber. Rosa replied with a roll of her eyes. Do you usually vent by whipping slaves so hard you cleave them open? Rosa asked, and the grin vanished off Ortius's face. The two of them went silent for a moment and then they sighed in unison. This crusade was never going to succeed. Ortius said. Yes it wasn't, Rosa said as she chewed the inside of her cheek in frustration. Ortius sighed as he answered. I'm here to offer terms to the great beast. The angels are not going to be happy about this. This may spark another great war. Chapter 150, Opening Battle. Count Uxtual stood before on the wall towards his gathered soldiers. His fortress had only about 180,000 men as well as 20,000 other support personnel. He could see the fear in many of their eyes. 80,000 of his men were conscripts that were dragged from the population of Zarima. They were not prepared to fight the forces of the dead. They lacked the training, equipment, and the will to fight. The rest of the army were 20,000 devotees of the House of War, 30,000 border guards who were experienced at fighting the forces of the dead, and 50,000 regular soldiers. In his army only the devotees of the House of War had firm gazes, everyone else was terrified. The devotees of the House of War were religious zealots who felt it was an honor to die for their goddess. Count Uxtual was of a similar opinion, but he was also not foolish enough to forget that not all share his devotion. Luckily for him, this was not a suicide mission. It used to be, but now it's not, which was a welcome change, needless to say. As much as he was willing to die for his cause, he would rather be alive to serve it. The dead will be here soon according to the scouts, but honestly, the giant cloud of sand on the horizon was enough of an indicator for the Count. Now the only thing to do was to give a speech and wait for the wave of death to crash against the wall of the fortress. Count Uxtual could only pray that the wave will break upon the walls. Count Uxtual drew his greatsword and placed the tip at his feet as he held the hilt with both hands. The fidgeting in his army went silent and the quiet set in, the absolute silence before the roar of battle. I trust all of you know why we are here. A black crusade comes for us. The dead come for all of us. If the dead break through, they will kill all of us. Then our bodies will be raised to strike our kin. This fortress was raised in the age of the ancient Draconians. It has stood for 100,000 years and it will not fall today. We are the chosen of the goddess of war. The goddess smiles upon us and we will not fail. If you need a reason to fight, then look within yourself. Look to those that stand to your left and right. We do not need a reason to fight, for we have a reason to win. Our land, our home, and the air that we breathe. The dead will come for us. Then I say, let them come. We face the jaws of death. Let those very jaws break its teeth on our fortress. If the dead want to come and take it all, then I say, come and take it. At those words the army raised their blades to the sky and let out cry to the heavens. Count Uxtual could hear it in their voice. This was not a cry of hope. It was a cry of defiance, that although the world seemed set against them, they would not go quietly into the dark. But Count Uxtual knew these were just words, and words could not save anyone. The goddess preaches action, deeds, and not words. The angels on high like to preach to their devotees that faith is their armor. That was about as obvious a lie as one could say. Faith would not protect them, lies would not preserve them, but most of all, blind hope will damn them. Many will not survive the coming battle, but Count Uxtual knew they could win. The fall of this fortress serves no one's interests except for the vampires. The Empire will come, for that was what would give them the most gains. If there was anything to be trusted, it would be personal self-interest. Count Uxtual turned to face the gold sands beyond the wall, and he saw the incoming cloud of sand and the pair of large black ziggurats that hovered above the ground. He heard the officers shout to their men. Calls to be ready for the incoming onslaught. Stand ready. We are the shield of Zarima. The blazing sword held against the darkness. Count Uxtual looked to his right and he saw the crew of a scorpion bolt thrower nervously waiting. He could see them trembling slightly as the mass of corpses slowly approached. He looked to the right and he saw soldiers ready with a wooden mechanism designed to toss barrels of explosive alchemical fire over the walls. Count Uxtual could see archers and mages with their projectiles at the ready. Usually before the siege there would be an offer of surrender, but Count Uxtual knew none were coming. The dead do not need terms, they only need more corpses and thralls. Not even an hour later the vampires were close enough for Count Uxtual to see each individual shambling zombie. The army was massive, some had split off to hit the other two fortresses. But regardless, what was here was more than 10 times the numbers he had. Each of his soldiers would need to take down 10 enemies before they died for them to stand a chance. Even if they managed that, it would still imply the entire garrison would be dead. Then the ziggurats stopped, but the front outermost layer of zombies continued to press forward. This was standard vampire strategy: send the cannon fodder first. If they win, they can just raise the dead again and recover most of the zombies that were lost. Count Uxtual heard the familiar thunk of the ballistas firing. The man-sized bolts flew out towards the encroaching mass of zombies. The moment they landed, there was a series of flashes followed by a blast. Count Uxtual made sure these explosive bolts were as numerous as possible, but there still wasn't enough. He ordered the artillery crews to only fire up to 3 volleys at the approaching zombies. They had to save those shots for the bigger targets. When the mass of dead got closer to the walls, they reached the fire trench. Count Uxtual had his soldiers dig a trench around the entire fortress and filled it with alchemical fire. He heard the officers shout for the archers to draw their bows. Then a release of a wall of arrows. After that, the archers were to shoot as fast as they could manage. In this phase of the battle, no accuracy was needed. All the archers needed to do was get their arrows into the mass of shambling zombies. The arrow tips had this hammerhead design. They were designed to strike with enough force to shatter bone. The zombies had no functioning organs other than the brain. They could only be stopped by destroying the brain or by immobilizing them. Thus these arrows splatter heads or break enough bones to disable the zombies. The zombies shambled forward even as many of their number had entire parts of their heads blown apart. The scorpion bolts had enough force to impale several zombies, but they kept moving forward. Their bodies packed so tightly together the bodies didn't even have room to fall to the ground. The ones behind just shoved the limp corpses into the ones in front, with bodies falling only on rare occasions. Count Uxtual was waiting for enough of these creatures to cross the trench. The zombies couldn't swim, so many of them just sank to the bottom of the trench, with the rest just walking over them. The trench was designed to be around 1.5 times taller than a person. So when the zombies crawled through, they ended up compacting themselves to the bottom of the trench and forced the alchemical fire out of the trench while still leaving plenty of the oil in the trench itself. So now the black oil-covered zombies were everywhere, and Uxtual was waiting for them to get to the first layer of razor wire obstructions. There was about 20 meters of distance from the trench to the razor wire. The razor wire sat at just the right distance for the archers on the wall to have a clean shot at the zombies below. Once the zombies started reaching the razor wire, the orders went down. Light the trench. The officers started to shout, and the mages all channeled power into their hands. Then a wave of fireballs flew out towards the trench. There was a burst of flame, and the entire trench went up with an explosion and turned into a wall of fire. Alchemical fire burns hot enough to melt bone, so it was more than sufficient to take out zombies. The wall of fire also slowed the progress of the zombies, allowing the archers to clean up the zombies that were on the wrong side of the wall of fire. So far so good. It looks like they had taken out about 10,000 low-tier zombies, but Count Uxtual still ground his teeth at the sight. The entire reason the vampires sent out this first wave of rubbish was to drain the resources of the defenders. Alchemical fire trenches burn for hours, so it was a must-have defense, but if Count Uxtual allowed the zombies to reach the walls, it would create the mother of all fire hazards. So he had no choice but to expend one of his defensive cards early. He knew this would happen. It was just the standard outcome of the initial contact. The real threat starts after this. The hordes kept pressing forward, but most of them were destroyed by the flames. These were the so-called walker zombies, but what came after were called runners. Although alchemical fire burned hot and long, eventually the corpses would start to smother the flames, and the flames would be cool enough for the dead to break through. This was exactly what was happening. There was starting to be a small mound of burning corpses forming at the fire trench. The sheer amount of burning bodies slowly covered the burning flames below, leaving only burning corpses above. Although this was still enough to set the zombies on fire, it wasn't nearly enough to incinerate them instantly. So, the zombies just continued to shamble over. Then suddenly Count Uxtual saw zombies start bursting through the flames at full sprint. It looks like the second wave was here. There was something concerning about this whole affair. It was that the dead did not bother to surround the fortress. It looked like they wanted to throw everything against the walls and break them in a decisive attack. However, these past two attacks seem to be probing attacks. What are they waiting for? Or perhaps the better question is, what are they afraid of? The most obvious answer would be the great beast's hive. If they committed to a full assault or split their forces to surround the fortress, it would leave them open to being picked off by the hive. Well, it doesn't matter. The goal of this first battle was that they took as little casualties as possible. Count Uxtual narrowed his eyes as he watched the flaming running figures pour through the flames. The archers were keeping up for now with the help of the occasional magical barrage. Most were being stopped at the razor wire, with a few reaching the wall. Some of the more experienced archers stood atop the edge of the walls while attached to a special mechanism. This allowed them to stand perpendicular to the wall as if they were rappelling down. They raised their bows and fired straight down the wall at the zombies that have gotten close to the wall. The wall was covered with enchantments that made it slippery and impossible to climb. The only areas where the stone was rough was at the top, which allowed the soldiers to do that trick of leaning over the edge of the wall. The archers leaning over the wall started to use their enchantment abilities on the arrows, and soon the base of the wall was peppered with blue magic arrows. Count Uxtual took in a deep breath as he examined the situation around him. Everything seems to be going well for now. But this was just the beginning. The vampires were just sending these out to tire out the defenders. There were still the Ordias de Renges Blood Knights and their signifiers. Rosa Maledicta was famous for her undead horrors. The vampires also had plenty of flyers, giant bats and other grotesque creatures like necromantic constructs. All of which has yet to rear their ugly heads. Then there was a shockwave, and Count Uxtual looked on wide-eyed as the mound of corpses was thrown forward towards the wall. The wall of fire then started to simmer out. It was far too early for the fire to go out. Signifiers, Count Uxtual said through gritted teeth. Sure enough, when the flames vanished, it revealed a neat row of black heavy shields. Count Uxtual knew the sigil on the shields far too well. The sigil of the Blood Knights. Then the shields parted to reveal archers with bows already drawn. Count Uxtual felt his eyes widen. He grabbed the soldier next to him and pulled him down over the crest of the wall. Then he heard the screams from around him. He looked up to see the scorpion bolt thrower had been destroyed with its operators lying dead or dying on the ground. Count Uxtual stood back up and saw all the archers who were hanging off the walls were dead. Many of his weapon crews, mages and officers were dead as well. He grimaced when he realized the first attack was not just a probing attack to drain him of resources. It was for the enemy to figure out where they should snipe to inflict maximum damage. He hadn't activated the wall's magic barrier because he just didn't have a lot of charge in it. Ether crystals were expensive and his decision to conserve resources just lost him most of his best ranged troops. It seems Oridas Derenge's reputation as a skilled tactician was not undeserved. Before his soldiers could even retaliate, one of the ziggurats in the distance pulsed with power and then siege towers appeared all along the line of the undead army. Of course, the Blood Knights and their teleportation. Count Uxtual growled. Luckily for him, his ballistas were protected with their own individual magic barriers, which means that the sniping attack did nothing to his heavy artillery. Well, the vampires came here for a fight. Count Uxtual would not want to disappoint them. Ballistas aim for their siege towers. Chapter 151, Battle on the Walls. Oridas Derenge stood atop his observation platform as he analyzed the battle. So far what he was seeing was rather disappointing. In his mind there were two possibilities for the disappointing performance of the defenders. In his mind the defenders were far more capable. He honestly did not expect the defenders to be so weak. This was extremely concerning since if he wanted to put forth the proposition that he was a worthy servant of the great beast, he needed a worthy foe to defeat. The past crusades were not this easy. How was it even possible that the largest fortress in Zarima does not have enough power to maintain a magic barrier? Oridas has seen the reports from the previous crusades, but he could not trust them implicitly. Records are never as accurate as being on the ground. Right now he was concerned if the Zarimans have deteriorated to the point of being easy prey. It was either that or his paralictors that made the reports were far more incompetent than he originally assumed. A weak foe provides no opportunity for one to prove themselves. The very fact that he managed to snipe out some of their most effective missile troops with a single strike was extremely concerning. It told him that these pathetic souls didn't have enough resources to put up a proper defense. Oridas sighed as he watched the hordes of runners start to pile against the walls. While this was happening, his siege towers were slowly approaching the walls. He watched as the Zariman ballistas turned to face his siege towers, but he wasn't worried. If what he had just seen was the true measure of the defenders, then they must have barely enough power to shield those defensive ballistas. He will admit those ballistas were dangerous. He had the intelligence reports, and there were numerous reports that corroborate the information. Those ballista were old, very old. They were made more than 10,000 years ago by the ancient dwarves in an age where the old empires still stood. Oridas would be extremely worried if these ballistas were manned by the old empires, but when manned by Zarimans the threat was significantly reduced. After all, a ballista was only as good as the bolts it fired. Yes, the ballista enhances the power of the bolts, but half of its firepower still comes from the enchantments of the bolts. Sure enough, when the ballistas fired, the bolts slammed into the magic barrier of the siege towers, doing little to no damage. In the time that it took for the ballistas to reload, the top of his siege towers opened up. His black iron siege towers were of an ancient design. This design was made to combat far superior fortifications in a time where a siege tower just toothlessly approaching a wall would be tactically unacceptable. The spell cannons mounted on top of the siege towers glowed, and then they fired bolts of concentrated ether right at the ballistas. The blue bolts flew towards the ballistas and they exploded on the magic barriers around the ballistas. Oridas grimaced as he watched the concussive force of the blast crack the barrier, and it also blew some of the defenders off the wall. The opening battles always use these concussive shots to help weaken barriers. It was almost funny how inexperienced these soldiers were at defending themselves from a real threat. This was what Heaven's precious order has wrought. Right now Zarima reeked of the one thing Oridas hated the most: weakness. A lack of discipline was a weakness of the spirit, a weakness of the spirit was from a weakness of the body. Weak of body, weak of mind, that was what the Zarimans looked to be. Their sheer ineptitude was astounding. Not enough power for the barrier's understrength defenders, and undersupplied defense fortifications. All of this was for the so-called linchpin of the Zariman defense. If this had happened among his blood knights, he would have the offenders flogged within an inch of their lives. This was the outset of the war. How could one even dream of extended conflict if you couldn't even properly supply your troops for the opening clash? This reeked of corruption, embezzlement and misuse of vital resources. This of course was of no surprise to Ordias. He has heard many foul things about the late Zariman emperor. For instance, he sleeps every night surrounded by the pink-scaled bodies of his concubines. From what he has read in his reports, the amount of money the emperor had spent on women alone could build a small fortress. No matter how prosperous or extravagant a nation was, it was useless unless it could be defended. From what Ordias was seeing, it was clear that this nation does not have the ability to defend itself. At the very least, Ordias could take comfort in the fact that the Hive and the Empire could probably put up a much better fight. One of the reasons Ordias was open to serving under the Averlanian Empire was that the Empire put a lot of emphasis on military strength. Ordias personally would not attempt a Black Crusade against the Averlanian Empire. He could probably win against the Empire alone, but the cost would make the entire exercise pointless. Throw in the Hive and the Black Crusade was doomed from the outset. Ordias saw this blue barrier flicker to life around the fortress. It seems they finally decided to activate their barrier. Well, hopefully they will actually put up a fight. Then he saw the launchers on the wall start to dispense barrels of alchemical fire right on top of the piles of zombies that were starting to pile up at the base of the wall. Soon it looked like the entire base of the wall was on fire and the black noxious smoke was obscuring the wall. Well, the siege towers would soon reach the walls and then the dead would swarm in. They think the siege towers were some all-in assault weapons, but in truth that was far from the truth. Scavvy gazed nervously at the approaching the siege towers. He could barely see the shapes approaching through the smoke. Scavvy was Count Uxtual's bastard son. He was the product of a drunken night at a party. His mother, who was a servant, had seduced the Count in the hopes of being taken as a mistress. Although he knew his existence was a stain on Count Uxtual's honorable reputation, his father still took him under his wing. The Count couldn't treat him as a true son, but he still did more for him than most would expect. Scavvy was currently a squire training with the Knight Corps. He would take the trial soon. He felt confident he would pass. That was provided he survived this war, of course. He held his sword nervously as he listened to the sounds of battle around him. The archers were firing at any enemy they could get a clear shot on. The mages were firing spells at the siege tower sporadically, but their spells were just bouncing off the magic barriers. In the back of his mind, he felt that if they used ritual spells it would be more effective. But his father, Count Uxtual, mentioned that he didn't have time to train enough competent war mages. Zarima was so withered they could barely field enough mages, and what little they had were rather weak. They couldn't hold a candle against the Elysian mages, and now with the great beast he had no doubt the powerful Elysian mages were probably far more capable now. Many of the mages Scavvy knew always dreamed of studying in the Istland Academy of Magic, but that academy didn't accept students out of Elysia. Zarima was once filled with powerful fire magic users, but now they were but a pale shadow of what they once were. Scavvy trembled as the siege towers approached, and then he saw a flash of blue atop the black siege towers. Then blue bolts hit the magic barrier around the fortress, blasting all the smoke into the fort. The shock of it caused Scavvy to gasp, and he ended up taking in a mouthful of the acrid smoke. Scavvy gagged as he fell into a coughing fit. His eyes were tearing as he struggled to stop the coughing. He opened one teary eye to see the siege towers were getting really close. "Get ready. Stand your ground," one of the officers shouted. Scavvy turned to look at the officer and saw his eyes were wide with fear as well. When was the Empire coming? Could they hold out until the humans arrived? The Hive was already here. Why aren't they coming to help them? Were they not allies? They already pledged to be vassals. How could the Empire leave Zarima to face this threat alone? Scavvy flinched as he heard the sounds of blades being drawn, and he instinctively did the same. He looked to his left and right to see terrified soldiers gripping their swords and shields. He could see many sword points shaking from the trembling. He looked at his own sword and he saw the same shaking. The siege towers were getting closer. The black towers loomed over the battlefield, their tops flashing with spell fire, and the bolts slammed against the barrier. The force of each blast was enough to knock Scavvy slightly off balance. What was the plan here? Was it just to watch them kill themselves? An eternity later, or perhaps it was just a few moments later, Scavvy wasn't sure. But all he saw was the siege towers finally reaching the walls. The front of the siege tower opened up and a ramp fell heavily on the wall. Scavvy couldn't see what was inside it at first, but he got his answer soon. From the bowels of the siege tower emerged ghouls, which were stronger undead minions. These ones were swinging bone clubs and they started barreling out of the siege tower. The first clash was a ghoul simply tackling an archer off the wall. Scavvy stood frozen at his position as he watched the carnage unfold. He didn't stay frozen for long when he felt the back of his armor being grabbed by a firm hand. Scavvy turned to see a warrior priest glaring at him. "Fight for your home, coward," the warrior priest barked before shoving him forward. Scavvy moved forward and he glanced behind him to see the warrior priests were following behind a small crowd of terrified soldiers. Scavvy looked wide-eyed as he approached the chaotic melee. Then a screaming ghoul barreled through the soldiers and Scavvy blanched pale when he saw its face. Sickly green rotting skin pulled over bone. Yellow fangs fill its mouth and a long wet gray tongue extends from the darkness within. Its eyes were bright yellow with slit-like irises and they were filled with malice. Its body was emancipated but Scavvy knew it was filled with necromantic energies. Scavvy's body reacted on its own. He raised his shield and countercharged the ghoul. He slammed his shield into the ghoul with his entire body weight behind it. The ghoul was knocked back and onto the stones. Then with one swift downward stab he drove his blade into the ghoul's chest, then as quickly as he could he twisted his blade and tore it free before the ghoul could grab the blade. It was then that Scavvy realized his mistake. But before he could correct it he saw a burning halberd haul right onto the ghoul's head, splattering its black brains everywhere. "The brain, or the limbs?" the warrior priest said evenly and Scavvy nodded shakily. Scavvy gripped his sword and began approaching the melee. The next few moments were a blur. He knocked one ghoul away, then he buried his sword into the head of another. Then he turned to see the warrior priest decapitate a ghoul with the swing of his flaming halberd. Then he spotted the more experienced soldiers charge forward with glass bottles filled with alchemical fire. These bottles were made of spark glass. This type of glass will create small sparks when it shattered, which ignited the alchemical fire within. The soldiers threw the bottles into the opening of the siege tower and soon the inside of the tower was burning. The flow of ghouls started to slow but the flaming ghouls still presented a threat. They continued to roar and wail as they charged out, their bodies aflame. Scavvy slashed at one of the flaming ghouls and his blade cut into the front of its face. The cut wasn't deep enough to kill it but it still hampered it to the point that it fell to its knees and then Scavvy drove his sword into its head. Scavvy looked around and saw things were going well. The ghouls were slowly being pushed back and more alchemical fire was being thrown into the siege tower. Some of the mages had also joined in and were pouring fire in streams into the opening. Scavvy could feel morale improving as some soldiers let out cheers. "Forward! To victory!" the warrior priest cried out and Scavvy turned to look at him. He was about to raise his sword in a cheer when the warrior priest was suddenly struck by a black spear. The black spear slammed into the warrior priest's chest right where his heart was. He collapsed to the ground dead and Scavvy just looked on in mute shock. He slowly turned to look at the opening of the siege tower and he saw Blood Knight emerge from the siege tower. The Blood Knight's armor was ablaze but he didn't care. Within his helm, Scavvy could see the red glowing eyes of the Blood Knight. Those red eyes looked like they were burning with the fires of hell. Then the Blood Knight spoke, his voice turning the blood of all the soldiers to ice. "Only fools celebrate before the battle is won." Chapter 152, Testing the Living. I looked down at the fight below and I was honestly quite surprised by how weak the Zaramans were. The Elysians and the Volarians were weak but at least they had the resources to power their defenses. So I guess you could say the Elysians were weak but rich, while the Zaramans were weak and poor. For all the emphasis that Mihaela put on these scaled weaklings, I was honestly expecting more. I suppose Mihaela acting as this kind of hype woman probably inflated my expectations a little. I knew they were weak but I didn't expect them to be this poor. They couldn't leave the wall barriers on. If they were in the old world their entire fort would be blasted to pieces by magic. The ancients were powerful enough to sustain a barrier that size just as individuals. A single watcher could probably cut that fortress in half. A single spell from them could level the current-day cities. The only reason that the old cities survived was because every inch of the cities were enchanted. How do I know this? Well, simply put, a lot of the old world was buried, and I mean that literally. I actually found an ancient elven city buried beneath the dirt just south of Averlin. I'm still excavating that and I have some interesting things to send to the Mage Academy in Averlin, which as per agreement was run by Island. The Royal Academy of Sorcery was this little quasi-independent institution in the middle of Averlin. The Zaramans were severely lacking. If this was all they could manage then they were definitely screwed if I wasn't here to help. Well, I knew that already, but I didn't expect such expedient screwing if I was absent. I thought they would at least last a week. These guys would be lucky to last 4 days, and that's if the vampires decide to take the weekends off. It is Friday after all. Or at least this world's equivalent of Friday, but the auto-translation in my head just makes me hear Friday. Those Blood Knights are doing a number on the Zariman. One of the Blood Knights just took a swing at a Zariman warrior priest. Honestly, I find the priests to be a bunch of up-jumped fools. They lack the intelligence and wit to properly navigate the world. They are mostly just useful as zealots to hurl at the enemy. For that task my hive is far superior. At least the wardens are kind of good examples towards others, but if you hang out with the warrior priests for too long, your brain cells start committing suicide. Anyway, the Blood Knight that took a swing at the warrior priest had just removed the warrior priest's head. As they say, a fool and his head are easily parted. It seems it's about time I sent those riders in. They have been hanging out at the edges of the fight since I have a little surprise for the vampires. I know the leaders Ortiz Derenge and Rosa Maledicta view this whole war as an audition. Honestly, for me it was an audition too, and I would rather not break the actors. You see, the vampires are extremely treacherous by nature and they only listen to strength, but yet they are not above schemes. But I suppose an ability to scheme was also a form of strength. In short, I do not want to destroy the vampires, I want to recruit them. I already have a group of man-eating rapidly evolving beasts and an underwater army of genocidal snake people under my control. If anything, recruiting the vampires would be very on brand for my army. The angels are cautious of the vampires for good reason, because at the end of the day they can just hide in their crypts and chip away at the angels. They can't use that strategy against a burrowing hive since I can just tunnel into the catacombs, but angels rule the sky, so there was little they could do against the vampires. The angels cut a deal with me saying that I will handle their vampire problem. In their minds we will slaughter each other, and the best case scenario for them would be that we weaken each other severely. But you see, the angels don't have spies like I do. It was common knowledge that the vampires mostly keep to themselves because they spend most of their time in fighting. However, I realized that 2 of the most powerful vampires have seen which way the wind was blowing. These 2 were none other than Ortiz Derenge and Rosa Maledicta. The other vampire lords and ladies were not over-enthused about the prospect of bowing to me. So the plan was to recruit these 2 and use them to smash any resistance in Nicoronas. This recruitment changed things drastically for the simple reason that Nicoronas was such a cursed land that nothing other than a vampire would find the place inhabitable or even remotely useful. So if I wiped out the vampires, then I would have no usable land to take, which means no expansion. But if I had vampires on my side, I could just smash the rebel forces and then plant those 2 as leaders, effectively adding 2 new dukedoms to the empire. There was one other thing that really interested me, however. I realized that the firstborn did not really bother with necromancy, well, at least most of them didn't anyway. After all, they have dominion over life, and with all of them having hives as well as being functionally immortal, necromancy must not have been a subject of interest to them. Necromancy could arguably be considered a solution used by the mortal races, hence the lack of interest. But here's the thing, I don't know anything about necromancy beyond the most rudimentary techniques. Heaven confiscated most of the good stuff, and seeing as necromancy was so dangerous, most of the books are usually destroyed on sight. So if I got my hands on a master necromancer and one as good as Rosa Maledicta, then things could change dramatically. After all, imagine what I could do if after you finally kill one of my soldiers it just revives as an undead creature and gets back up. Imagine having to kill my army twice. Well, but before I get to that part, I need to test these 2 vampires first. The first requirement you need to achieve any success against a hive was to be adaptable. So let's see how they react to my curveballs. Now go, my living armor soldiers. The plan was rather simple really. I needed the Zarimans to thin out the trash zombies so that my soldiers could have room to maneuver. There just wasn't enough space on the wall. Then I gave the order and my living armor-clad soldiers began moving onto the walls. Their mounts allowed them to vertically scale the walls, which would give them the element of surprise. The best thing about the living armor helmets was that it allowed me to transmit orders directly to them in real time. No more stupid flag waving, runners with rolls of parchment, or easily interceptable magic messages. These messages go right through the hive mind, and anyone who tries to tap into it just gets garbled nonsense that sounds vaguely like singing. The hive's internal communication was only comprehensible to another hive creature. It was one of the vestiges of the first hives, since the firstborn didn't want anyone to listen in on their hive's communications. You do not spy on the firstborn, they spy on you. The soldiers reached the top of the walls and they immediately leapt into the fray. To say the Blood Knights were caught off guard would be an understatement. A few of them only had time to turn their heads before they were impaled by the bone lances that my soldiers held. The lances were made of the same material that made up my bone spines. Mahila confirmed that this material would pierce even her personal armor. The bone lance went right through and started injecting their venom. These lances were technically alive. They were smart enough to know when to inject their poison so that the weapon doesn't accidentally kill one of my soldiers just because someone touched the blade. The moment my soldiers ripped the lances out, the holes in the vampires' chests started to smoke from the venom. Vampires were usually immune to most toxins, but this toxin was a unique cocktail that contained plague manticore venom. The very same venom that Beatrice used to melt my feather. It was a rather insidious poison, designed to flow through the blood, dissolving everything around it. Since it took a while for the acidic properties to take effect, so it would spread before dissolving the blood vessels. Sure enough, the impaled vampires started collapsing as black fluid started dripping from their smoking wounds and helms. One vampire ripped off his helmet, gasping for air, and it revealed a grisly sight. The vampire had black bile dripping from every orifice as the poison dissolved him from the inside out. His red eyes started to dim as the poison reached his eyes, and then the red glow went out as his eyeballs started to steam before erupting, spewing black bile. The vampire then collapsed to the ground, twitching as he started to gag up more of the black bile. The nearby Zaramans looked on in absolute horror. Even though the vampires were enemies, this sight still greatly unnerved them. The Zaramans all shifted their gaze from the dead vampires then to my white-clad soldiers. What was worse than death? A painful death. Behold, weakling, behold the forgotten horrors of the old world. Now that the Zaramans knew what they were dealing with, they would be less likely to rebel. Which would make them more likely to run away. Why are they running away? Okay, I might have gone a bit far with the horror thing. You know what? No, I didn't go too far. The Elysian Knights handle it just fine. These guys are just pussies. At least the warrior priests and the knights were still fighting. This was why I didn't allow conscripts into my army. They were useless. If they start running, they start getting in the way. Case in point, one of the conscripts was trying to climb onto the mount of one of my soldiers. I'm just going to assume this one thinks that my soldier was going to carry him away from here to safety. The mount got annoyed and slammed its body to the side. The Zaraman soldier was bashed with enough force to break most of his front teeth. His body then went flying off the wall and right into the mass of zombies below. So technically he did get sent away, just not to safety. But so far it was working well. My soldiers were holding up decently well against the vampires. The living armor allowed a mere human to match the speed and strength of a full-fledged vampire. I saw one of my soldiers parry a strike from a vampire with enough force to knock the vampire off balance. The soldier's mount then leapt forward and with a quick slash of its claws it tore the vampire's chest plate open along with his ribcage. The beast then closed its jaws around the vampire's head and ripped it clean off. It was clear from what I was seeing that my living armored soldiers were far superior to the average vampire. This was honestly a great result considering the fact that these soldiers were just prototypes. I haven't even put the seed into these ones yet. I did a lot of work on these soldiers to make them worship power. Adventurers were an easy choice since most of the time they were just glory-seeking mercenaries. So promises of power and wealth were a very attractive prospect to them. Furthermore, these ones were used to danger and they knew having an advantage in combat was invaluable if you wanted to stay breathing. This mentality would make them very receptive to my future overtures, and with this battle they would keenly feel the power I promise. Just wait till I tell them this was just a test run for them to try out the most rudimentary of improvements. These simple improvements were already able to push the vampires back towards their siege towers. They were being forced back on all fronts. The attacks of my soldiers were just too powerful for them to resist. Most of the vampires have lost their shields, the black metal long ago torn to shreds by the bone of my soldiers' weapons and the beast's claws. Well, I guess it's time to end this opening act. With that I sent a command into the hive mind and it was transmitted to all my soldiers. Send them home with a present. The soldiers reared on their mounts and they charged. My white soldiers smashed through the wall of black and red. Their weapons flashed and my soldiers discarded their lances for curved swords once they were in the thick of battle. These swords were far more suited for close quarters combat and the vampires were quickly put on the defensive. The curved sword's wicked edges were designed to go through steel as easily as flesh. It took only a few strikes before the weapons of the vampires were reduced to shredded scrap. Retreat. One of the vampires commanded, and to the vampire soldiers' credit they retreat in a rather organized fashion. Or as organized as they could be, with a group of white cavalry carving their way through their ranks. Once most of the vampires were in the siege tower, my soldiers threw satchels into the closing opening. There was a flash from each of them and most of the siege towers exploded from the inside. The shrapnel flew in all directions, and though it bounced off the armor of my soldiers, it did end up impaling many of the surrounding Zaraments. But not all the siege towers exploded, and there was a blue flash as the surviving siege towers were teleported away. This looked like the bombs were defective, but in truth it wasn't. It was just on a very delayed charge, a living charge in fact. A creature was embedded inside the frame of the satchel charge that would know what was the best time to explode. The best time didn't take very long to pass, considering less than a minute later I felt a slight tremor and a muffled boom emanate from one of those giant floating pyramids. I switched vision to one of my infiltrators who were currently inside the ziggurat, and what I saw was quite satisfying. In truth, this was quite a nice way to serve vampires. Nice and crispy.